Chapter 194. So it's little sister Chu Meng. Seeing Chu Meng walk out, Zheng Long was slightly surprised, but he quickly greeted her with a smile. It was clear that their relationship wasn't ordinary. Brother Long, Li Chongqing is my friend. I heard them say that sister-in-law was in the wrong first. I think we should just let it go. Hearing Chu Meng's words, Zheng Long was stunned. He didn't expect Li Chongqing to know Chu Meng. However, when he thought about how he would lose face if he let Li Chongqing off in front of so many people, he shook his head and said, "Sister Chu Meng, today's fellowship party was organized by me. They came to the fellowship party without my student council's invitation. It's already wrong, and now they've caused such a big commotion. I'm just asking them to leave. That's not too much, right?" The girls behind Chu Meng couldn't help but speak up. "Yeah, Chu Meng, Brother Long will take care of it. You don't have to worry about it. He didn't even receive an invitation. It's normal for him to leave now. Brother Long is the student council president. His girlfriend was bullied. Of course he has to do something. Your friend is also in the wrong. He's a man, yet he's so ungentlemanly." The girls chattered. It was clear that they were all on Zheng Long's side. Seeing so many people on his side, Zheng Long smiled and said, "How about it, little sister Chu Meng? I'm just kicking him out of the party. It won't cause any harm to him. In front of so many people, you won't go against your brother Long's face, right?" Zheng Long had known Chu Meng for a long time. His family had a lot of business dealings with the Chu family, so he felt that he had a lot of weight in front of Chu Meng. He knew that Chu Meng had a sense of propriety. She wouldn't go against him in this kind of situation. Therefore, without waiting for Chu Meng to reply, he gave the people next to him a look. "I said, Li Chongqing is my friend, and he didn't do anything wrong. Don't you understand?" Chu Meng's voice was cold as she stared straight at Zheng Long. "Although you're the organizer of today's party, don't forget whose business Haoxiang Hotel is. No one can kick Li Chongqing out." These words were like a resounding slap to Zheng Long's face. Many people who knew about the relationship between Chu Meng and Zheng Long couldn't believe it. Even Meng Zikuan's eyes were wide open. He wondered what kind of magic this seemingly ordinary kid had. First, Jiang Tao, who had always been obedient and respectful to him, treated him like that. Then, he made Chu Meng and Zheng Long, who had a good relationship with him, fall out with each other. Zheng Long was dumbfounded. Don't be fooled by the fact that he was calling her a girl and acting like a big brother in front of Chu Meng. He knew in his heart that Chu Meng was several levels higher than him in the circle of rich second generation in Qingzhou. If the Chu family did not cooperate with the Zheng family, they would still be the largest business group in Qingzhou. However, if the Zheng family left the Chu family, their assets would immediately shrink by more than half. There were too many powers attached to the Chu clan. The Zheng clan was just one of the bigger ones, so Zheng Long didn't dare and couldn't offend Chu Meng. His expression changed for a while. He knew that if he offended Chu Meng because of this matter, it would affect his family's business. Then, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. So, after weighing the pros and cons, he squeezed out a seemingly sincere smile. He said, "Girl, look, you're falling out with your brother Long over such a small matter. Brother Long is really scared of you. Fine, since he's your friend, then let him stay. Whatever you say." As he spoke, he patted his girlfriend Wang Lu's shoulder and reproached, "You too. It's easy to make enemies, but not easy to make enemies. What kind of grudges could there be? Later, let's toast to little brother Li Chongqing. In the future, we'll be friends." Although Wang Lu was very unwilling, under Zheng Long's urging, she reluctantly smiled at Li Chongqing and didn't say anything to apologize. "Little brother, a woman's heart is as small as a needle's eye. Asking her to apologize to you is a bit embarrassing. How about this, Brother Long will accompany you for a drink later." In fact, when Chu Meng stood out, Li Chongqing already knew that this would be the result. After all, in Qingzhou there wasn't any power that could go against the Chu family. Although young people were impulsive, Zheng Long was able to become the president of the student council not only because of his family, but also because of his own method. This kind of person couldn't be compared to ordinary students. He had already learned to weigh the pros and cons and was shrewd. However, when this scene fell into the eyes of others, they couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. The dignified eldest miss of the Chu family, Chu Meng, actually fell out with Zheng Long because of Li Chongqing. This meant that Li Chongqing was far more important than Zheng Long in Chu Meng's heart. It seemed that Chu Meng's word friend was very valuable. Meng Zikuan, who had originally told Jiang Tao to ignore Li Chongqing, felt a bit of regret. If he had known that Li Chongqing had an unusual relationship with the eldest miss of the Chu family, he probably would have stood out to support Li Chongqing, even if it meant going against Zheng Long. After all, if he had a good relationship with Zheng Long, he would have obtained some benefits in the school and made some connections. However, how could those connections compare to his relationship with the eldest miss of the Chu family? What do you think? Chu Meng looked at Li Chongqing, wanting to know what he meant. However, Li Chongqing shook his head slightly. I don't like drinking with strangers. After saying this, he turned around and walked out of the hall. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Zheng Long had chosen to compromise, but Li Chongqing's words didn't give Zheng Long any face at all. It was no different from slapping his face in front of everyone. Zheng Long's eyes were filled with anger. Just as Li Chongqing was about to step out of the hall, he finally couldn't help but shout, "Stop! You with the surname Li, don't be so shameless. Do you really think that I, Zheng Long, am easy to bully?" As soon as he said this, a few of Zheng Long's close friends rushed to the door. It seemed that a physical fight was about to break out. Meng Zikuan shook his head. His judgment of Li Chongqing was correct. This was a guy who didn't understand the ways of the world. Even if he wasn't close with Chu Meng, if he provoked Zheng Long in this kind of situation, he would inevitably suffer some physical pain. At this time, Chu Meng rushed over and kicked away a guy who was about to cause trouble for Li Chongqing. Then, she coldly looked at Zheng Long and said in an icy voice, "This is my Chu family's hotel. Do you believe that I won't make you suffer?" Suddenly, the entire hall fell into silence. After a moment of shock, Zheng Long's face turned into a bitter smile. He knew that he had completely lost today. At this time, Li Chongqing had already walked out of the hall without looking back. From beginning to end, his footsteps hadn't paused in the slightest. Perhaps many years later, people would forget what Li Chongqing looked like. However, that confident and carefree figure would forever be imprinted in the minds of everyone present. Chapter 195. What happened at the fellowship party quickly spread among the circle of influential people in Qingzhou University. Everyone knew that Zheng Long, the president of the student council, had lost a lot of face this time. The Chu family's young miss, Chu Meng, had fallen out with Zheng Long over a boy. People were trying to find out who that boy was and what his name was. They were all curious as to who could make Chu Meng make such a decision. Conflicts between the younger generation usually wouldn't affect the business cooperation between two large families. However, the relationship between the Zheng family and the Chu family wasn't as simple as a business partner. If one were to look deeper, the Zheng family was just a subordinate of the Chu family, or a lackey of the Chu family. Especially when the Chu family had just taken the #1 position in Qingzhou and was like the sun at noon, the conflict between the two juniors was easily interpreted as a problem in the cooperation between the two families. Even the flap of a butterfly's wings could cause a hurricane, not to mention Chu Meng, the daughter of a rich family. Perhaps the Chu family wouldn't be affected much, but to the Zheng family, a few of their business partners suddenly went back on their word, and the stock price plummeted. This made the Zheng family realize that they were in danger. At this moment, in the Zheng family's villa, The sound of a table being slammed shut the housekeeper in charge of cleaning. Xinglong, what's going on? You can offend the young miss of the Chu family just because of a party. What happened to all the education I taught you over the years? Sitting in the study was Xinglong's father, a middle-aged man with white hair. His face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. I didn't expect that young man to be related to Chu Meng. A young man? Who is he? Jing Jun asked with a gloomy face. I asked around. He's just an ordinary student. I don't know how he got to know Chu Meng. Are you sure he has no background? Chu Meng fell out with you because she's friends with that young man? The gloominess on Jing Jun's face dissipated a little. I'm sure. Xinglong nodded. Okay, if he's just an ordinary friend, then it doesn't matter. I'll call the second master of the Chu family and have the Chu family express their stance. As long as we let the people in the circle know that there's no crack in our relationship with the Chu family, those who refuse to cooperate with us will come crying back to us. After speaking, Jing Jun made a call. Hello? Second master, right, there's some unpleasantness between the children. I think that young man is called Li Changxing. Hello? Soon, Jing Jun hung up the phone, and a smile appeared on Xinglong's face. As long as his father stepped in, the matter would definitely be resolved perfectly. Seeing his father hang up the phone, Xinglong couldn't wait to ask, what did Second Master Chu say? There's no way the Chu clan would fall out with me over a poor brat. What's the relationship between our Jing clan and the Chu clan? That brat caused our Jing clan to lose so much money. When I return to school, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Hearing that his own son still wanted to find trouble with Li Changxing, Jing Jun could not help but fly into a rage. He slammed the table again and roared, Xinglong, how can I have such a trash son like you? Do you know what kind of trouble you've caused by offending such a powerful enemy before even figuring out the identity of the other party? Just now, Second Master said that from today onwards, he will terminate the cooperation between the Chu clan and our Jing clan. Without the support of the Chu clan, our Jing clan will immediately fall from a first-rate enterprise to a third-rate one. If those fellows on the board of directors find out that it's because of you, then I don't need to be the chairman anymore. And all of this is because you offended that young man called Li Changxing. Because of the incident at the fellowship party, the Jing clan's business plummeted. At this time, Li Changxing's life had already returned to normal. In the past few days, a few medicinal herb merchants had finally called him and collected some medicinal herbs. It had to be said that these medicinal herb merchants were still very powerful. If Li Changxing were to collect these medicinal herbs himself, it would probably take a lot of effort. However, a lot of medicinal herbs had arrived, and he had spent a lot of money. It seemed that he was a little stretched. After all, even if these medicinal herb merchants wanted to curry favor with Li Changxing, he could not refuse to give them money. Fortunately, the Luo River diagram sent someone to deliver a card with 100 billion yuan inside. It was said that it was a credit card that could be used in overdraft. It could be considered as solving Li Changxing's current financial problems. However, 100 billion yuan was not enough to just rely on the Luo River diagram. If he wanted to quickly recover his strength, he would need too many medicinal herbs. If converted into yuan, it would definitely be an astronomical figure. Chu Yaotian, Su Xiaolin, and the others were all groomed by Li Changxing. Each of them had a lot of assets, but Li Changxing was still a little hesitant to ask his subordinates for money. If there's no other way, I'll run a company of my own. Li Changxing suddenly had an idea. On the path of cultivation, wealth, companions, techniques, and land were indispensable. The word wealth ranked first. Since ancient times, the birth of every immortal cultivator had cost a lot of money and resources. Many large immortal cultivator sects also operated large forces in the secular world. At the entrance of Green Vine High School, Yu Wei walked out of the school. She was wearing jeans, a plain colored shirt, and white flats. After dinner, she was supposed to attend 3 periods of self-study. She was in her 3rd year of high school, so studying was very stressful. However, because Li Changxing asked her to go shopping, Yu Wei chose to skip class for the first time in her life. She crossed the road in front of the school and walked in front of Li Changxing. She was a little shy as she held Li Changxing's hand. After all, they were in front of the school. If the students and teachers inside saw them, they would probably be on the front page of Green Vine High School the next day. However, she had not seen Li Changxing for a long time. She missed him even more. The moment he saw Li Changxing, his emotions gushed out, unable to be suppressed. Li Changxing held Yu Wei's hand and stopped a taxi by the side of the road. Then, they went straight to the biggest department store nearby. First, they went to a famous food street to eat. Then, he brought Yu Wei to the entrance of the department store. However, Yu Wei stopped in her tracks. She did not want to go in. Indeed, the clothes in the department store were expensive. Any one of them was probably worth half a year of Yu Wei's living expenses, or even a year. At school, she was a good student in the eyes of the teachers. She was the school's most beautiful girl in the eyes of her classmates. However, this did not change the fact that she came from a poor family. Standing in front of the luxurious department store, she could not help but feel a little timid. Li Changxing could not help but think of the 4th time he met the red-clothed figure. She was a direct disciple of a large sect. Many people thought that she was an immortal. However, because it was her first time going down the mountain, she did not know that she needed to spend money to buy things. In the end, because of a steamed bun, she was accused of being a thief. She was pointed at her nose and scolded. However, she did not dare to talk back. She just stood there crying. At that time, she was very similar to the Yu Wei standing in front of the department store. Chapter 196. Why don't you dare to go in? What are you afraid of? You even conquered such an excellent man like me. Why are you afraid of shopping? Li Changxing put his arm around Yu Wei's shoulder. Yu Wei couldn't help but roll her eyes at Li Changxing and muttered, "You're so thick-skinned." However, after being hugged by Li Changxing, other than feeling a little shy in public, her originally nervous state of mind instantly calmed down, as if she really had suddenly gained strength. "Okay, let's go in together." Yu Wei took a deep breath, like a soldier who had made up her mind to go to war. The two walked in, and even though it was daytime, there were still bright lights everywhere. Yu Wei looked even more beautiful under the lights, and from time to time, men passing by would cast metaphorical or bold glances at her. Even a few women couldn't help but look at her a few more times, lamenting that they weren't born as beautiful and refined. When they walked past a lingerie shop, Yu Wei lowered her head with a red face. If Li Changxing wasn't next to her, she might have the courage to look carefully, but now that Li Changxing was holding her hand, she felt a little uncomfortable. Just as Yu Wei was about to quickly walk past the shop, Li Changxing suddenly stopped, pointed at a white lace and said, "I think you'll look good in this." Yu Wei blushed to her ears, grabbed Li Changxing's hand and quickly left the shop. The shop next door sold jewelry. Although Li Changxing and Yu Wei's clothes didn't seem like they could afford the things inside, their service was still very polite. First, it was because of their professionalism, and second, Yu Wei's beauty and simplicity, which easily aroused a good impression. Of course, Li Changxing, who stayed next to Yu Wei, seemed a little too ordinary, without any special characteristics. The woman in charge of receiving Li Changxing probably thought that they were a simple couple from the countryside. She sighed that it was rare to see a girl as beautiful as Yu Wei. On the other side, he was sighing with emotion. Li Changxing, who did not have any special characteristics, was able to obtain the favor of such a beautiful girl. At the same time, he was thinking that the girl would not be lost in the city's bright lights. Li Changxing pointed to a necklace on the counter. The price was as high as 100,000 yuan. The diamond on the pendant was very dazzling. Li Changxing took out the necklace and personally put it around Yu Yue's neck. Yu Yue was a little nervous and her palms were sweaty. However, Li Changxing was very calm. He observed the effect on Yu Yue from different angles. In the end, he shook his head and said, "This one won't work. Change to another one." Thus, he changed 4 or 5 necklaces in succession. Yu Yue's forehead began to sweat. She was a little nervous and did not know what to do. In the end, Li Changxing still shook his head. The waiter seemed to have expected such a result. He was not very disappointed. When he put away the necklace, he pointed to a necklace with a lower price on the counter next to him and said, "I think this one is very beautiful. It suits your girlfriend very well." Li Changxing directly shook his head. He felt that it was not suitable for Yu Yue. The attendant was also very patient. He continued to introduce a few more necklaces, but they were all rejected by Li Changxing. Thus, the attendant stood to the side in silence. He felt that this man's temperament was extremely ordinary. To be able to find such a beautiful girlfriend, he was indeed a toad that ate swan meat. Even if he was short on money, since he brought his girlfriend in, he should at least buy one. However, it seemed that he was not going to buy a single one. He was a little stingy. He felt that it was unfair for Yu Yue. However, at this moment, another attendant who had finished serving the previous group of customers came over and led Li Changxing and Yu Yue to a counter inside with a smile. "These necklaces are all designed by world-class masters, and several of them are limited edition. Sir, you can take a look." "Okay." Li Changxing nodded. Yu Yue was a little nervous. Walking into such a shopping mall, she was already nervous. In addition, Li Changxing had chosen so many necklaces, but he did not buy them. The surrounding stalls glanced at her from time to time, which made her even more nervous. "I'll take this one," Li Changxing directly said after comparing Yu Yue's snow-white neck. "This one was specially custom-made. A customer placed it here. If you like it, we can make one for you, but I'm afraid it will take a week." "Okay." Li Changxing nodded. "Sir, please leave your contact information. I will call you when the necklace is ready." "Okay." Li Changxing picked up a pen and wrote a series of numbers. Then, he took Yu Yue's hand and walked to a nearby shop. After Li Changxing left, the female attendant carefully put away the note with Li Changxing's phone number. The attendant who had served Yu Yue at the beginning was puzzled. "Sister Na, are you really going to customize that necklace for him? You know, except for our regular customers, everyone needs to pay a deposit. You didn't even ask him for a deposit. What if he doesn't want the necklace after it is customized? He looked at so many necklaces and didn't buy one. He obviously thinks it is expensive. This necklace is relatively slim because it doesn't have a price tag. Maybe he thinks it is a cheap necklace that only costs a few hundred yuan?" Hearing her colleague's words, the woman called Sister Na smiled slightly. "No, he is not someone who can't afford it. I don't know if you noticed the bank card in his hand that he is going to pay for? That is a black credit card called Ultima, issued by Citibank. It is called the King of Cards by the industry. The people who have this black card are the top customers of the bank. That young man looks ordinary, but his net worth is at least 10 million yuan. This is the real Loki. So powerful." The waiter was already at a loss for words. "I thought he was poor and couldn't afford an expensive necklace. It turns out that he is hiding his strength." In another store, a bag was priced at 18,000 yuan. Yu Yue was reluctant to let Li Changxing spend so much money to buy something for her, but seeing Li Changxing's determined eyes, she finally compromised. The waiter marveled at Li Changxing's plain clothes, yet he was willing to spend so much money for his girlfriend. He thought, sure enough, there is a reason why a toad can eat swan meat. After all, there are very few people who know the black card like Sister Na. So when the woman swiped the card from the POS machine and accidentally pressed the inquiry button, She was completely stunned when she saw a series of Arabic numbers. Even the pen that was handed to Li Chongqing to sign his name was trembling from excitement. After leaving the store, Yu Yuwei asked curiously, "Why do I feel that after swiping the card, the way the attendant looked at you changed? She should have seen the balance in my card." Li Chongqing said casually, "Do you have a lot of balance in your card?" "Not much, just more than 10 zeros." "More than 10 zeros?" Yu Yuwei froze for a moment, then her face showed shock. "Isn't that tens of billions?" Chapter 197. Li Chongqing put the bag he bought for Yu Yuwei into her old school bag. Because the bag wasn't too big, it was bulging with books every day, so it wasn't that conspicuous after it was put in. Because Yu Yuwei's parents didn't know that Yu Yuwei and Li Chongqing were dating, if they saw this bag, it was inevitable that they would overthink. "Go up, remember to text me." Li Chongqing hugged Yu Yuwei and kissed her gently on the forehead. He watched Yu Yuwei go up the stairs before turning back to the villa. These days, he had to cultivate in the villa every day and didn't return to the dormitory. However, Jiang Tao and the others thought that he was working part-time outside, so they didn't suspect anything. A week had passed since the incident at the fraternity party. Although the impact was still fermenting, it had almost nothing to do with Li Chongqing, the initiator. Because the autumn sports meeting was about to be held, Ma Yi once again gathered the students in the class together for a class meeting. Li Chongqing received a notification from Ma Yi, but this time it wasn't a text message, but a direct call. His tone was much more polite. After all, his performance at the fraternity party proved Li Chongqing's ability. Even Ma Yi, the class monitor, had to put away his sense of superiority in front of Li Chongqing, not to mention that Ma Yi was a smooth and slick person. In the class, Wei Qingqing was holding a makeup mirror and touching up her makeup. When the female classmate next to her saw the class monitor, Ma Yi and Zhang Wenbin, she couldn't help but say, "Hey Qingqing, I don't know if you've heard, but Ma Yi and Ji Lin have reconciled." At that time, I saw Ma Yi and Ji Lin smiling and greeting each other when they met downstairs. This is unbelievable. You know, their hatred can be traced back to high school. They have always been enemies. Wei Qingqing closed the makeup mirror and revealed a stunned expression. They can reconcile. This is as surprising as a cat and a mouse becoming friends. It's good that they reconciled. Ji Lin is so handsome, and many girls in our class liked him. In the past, because of Ma Yi, the two of them always fought, and we didn't know who to support. Now, it's good we can openly support Ji Lin. A girl said with a hand on her cheek. Wei Qingqing glanced at the girl. In terms of appearance and figure, she couldn't compare to her. She actually wanted to compete with her for Ji Lin. She really overestimated herself. However, when she thought of Ji Lin's identity, his father was a specially appointed professor of the academy, and his mother was said to be a senior executive of some company. He was a typical rich second generation. Although she was very confident in her appearance at this moment, she really felt that she wasn't worthy of him. I heard that at a social gathering a few days ago, the student council president, Zheng Long, had a conflict with our school's #1 goddess, Chu Meng. In the end, Zheng Long was expelled from school because of it. It seems that the Zheng family is in a pretty bad situation right now. A girl's brother was in the student union and knew some rumors. Aren't the Zheng family and the Chu family business partners? Why did Zheng Long fall out with Chu Meng? Wei Qingqing's interest was piqued. I heard it's because of a man, I think his name is Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing? Wei Qingqing frowned. Suddenly, a figure jumped into her mind. Isn't that the guy who kicked Ji Lin out of the classroom that day? She clenched her fists subconsciously. Kicking the person she liked out of the classroom was simply unforgivable. What exactly happened? The people around her were intrigued. The girl repeated the news she'd received from her brother. Li Chongqing barged into the party without a ticket and got into a conflict with Zheng Long's girlfriend. Later, Chu Meng stood out to support Li Chongqing, causing a conflict with Zheng Long. The people around her were skeptical. Why would Chu Meng fall out with Zheng Long over a Li Chongqing? They probably had some conflicts before, and she's just using this as an excuse. Everyone nodded. They felt that this was probably the case. However, Li Chongqing actually knew Chu Meng. It seemed that things weren't as simple as they seemed on the surface. When Li Chongqing entered the classroom, he saw that many people were looking at him. He didn't care and sat down in a corner. Wei Qingqing, on the other hand, was quite hostile towards Li Chongqing. The theme of this class meeting was the autumn sports meet. Ma Yi was speaking on the podium. He hadn't even said 2 sentences when the classroom door was pushed open and Ji Lin appeared at the door. In an instant, the class fell into silence. Most of the people in the class saw with their own eyes how Ji Lin was kicked out of the classroom by Li Chongqing that day, so they instinctively thought that Ji Lin was here to cause trouble for Li Chongqing. Thus, many people looked at him with pity. The young man sitting next to Li Chongqing subconsciously moved his chair to the side to increase the distance between him and Li Chongqing, afraid that he would be implicated. Among the freshmen, Ji Lin was definitely a troublemaker. Everyone had more or less heard of some of his insolent deeds, especially since Ji Lin liked Wu Xiaowan and would often come to her class. Everyone in the class was no stranger to him. This Ji Lin relies on his father's connections in the school to do whatever he wants. He only knows how to bully honest people. Offending him won't end well for you. Didn't Ji Lin and Ma Yi make up? Why is he still causing trouble at this time? He made up with Ma Yi, but that doesn't mean he made up with Li Chongqing. That's true. There isn't any deep hatred between Ji Lin and Ma Yi. But it's different with Li Chongqing. That day in class, Ma Yi was played miserably. Following Ji Lin's appearance, Ma Yi was just about to say something when he saw Ji Lin directly walk towards Li Chongqing. Thus, the sounds of discussion gradually died down. Many people held their breaths, feeling that there was definitely going to be a fight today. Countless gazes focused on Li Chongqing. Behind him, a classmate pulled on Li Chongqing's clothes and said in a low voice, "Brother, if you really can't do it, just apologize to him. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. This Ji Lin isn't someone ordinary students like us can afford to offend." Li Chongqing smiled, thanking him for his kind reminder, but he didn't do anything. Scram to the side. Ji Lin walked over and pointed at the man sitting next to Li Chongqing, coldly saying, "That man didn't dare to say anything." He hurriedly got up and gave up his seat. Then, Ji Lin pulled out a chair and sat next to Li Chongqing. He put a leather bag in his hand on the table. Opening the bag, one could see a few stacks of red notes inside. "Brother Li, I heard that you're very good at fighting. I've had a dream since I was young, and that is to be invincible. Here's 50,000. I won't hide it. I want to learn martial arts from you." Li Chongqing looked at the money in the bag and Ji Lin's self-righteous face. He raised his eyebrows and spat out 2 words, "Scram." Chapter 198. Wei Qingqing kept looking back in Li Chongqing's direction. Ji Lin was sitting next to Li Chongqing, grinning. Even though Li Chongqing told him to get lost, this guy who had always been the king of the school didn't show the slightest anger. Instead, he took the initiative to get in front of Li Chongqing, like a piece of dog skin plaster. This made Wei Qingqing somewhat unable to accept. Was this still the boy she had always been secretly in love with? She suddenly wondered if Ma Yi and Ji Lin got together because of Li Chongqing. Then she thought about what the girl said before. At the banquet, Chu Meng fell out with the president of the student council, Zheng Long, for Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing, it was all because of Li Chongqing. What kind of magic did he have to make the influential people in the school follow him? Ma Yi continued to talk about the autumn sports on the podium. Li Chongqing flipped through a book in boredom. In the class, there were all kinds of eyes that swept over Li Chongqing without leaving a trace. They originally thought that Ji Lin's appearance was to pick a quarrel and that Li Chongqing was going to be unlucky. They didn't expect that Ji Lin, who had always been the king of the freshmen, would be like this after seeing Li Chongqing. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would believe it? Brother Li, I heard that after I left the class that day, you danced with Teacher Wu. Tell me the truth, are you interested in Teacher Wu? Ji Lin gave Li Chongqing a look that all men understood. Li Chongqing shook his head. No, you're thinking too much. Impossible, Ji Lin said in disbelief. 90% of the boys in the university have a crush on Wu Shaowan. How can you not be moved at all? You must be lying. Ji Lin and Li Chongqing talked, and the people around them pricked up their ears. They wanted to find out Li Chongqing's true identity from the clues. Absolutely not. She's not my type, Li Chongqing said indifferently. On the podium, Ma Yi's voice suddenly stopped. The classroom door was pushed open and a beautiful figure walked in. It was Wu Shaowan. She directly walked towards Li Chongqing. What's the situation? Why is Teacher Wu here? Everyone was puzzled. Wu Shaowan walked over to Li Chongqing and stood in front of him. She saw that Li Chongqing had his head lowered and was reading a book. It was as if he did not realize that a beauty like her had appeared. She could not help but use her jade-like fingers to knock on the table. Deng deng deng. Li Chongqing raised his head and looked at Wu Shaowan in confusion. This student who's reading a book, I think I heard you say that I'm not your type. Many people turned around and thought, what is the meaning of this? Could it be that this goddess wants to denounce Li Chongqing? Even Ji Lin gave Li Chongqing a good luck look, taking the initiative to pull away from him. Li Chongqing nodded. Many people couldn't help but show a gloating expression. This guy actually dared to say such words in front of Wu Shaowan. Doesn't he know that women are the most vengeful? Who knew that Wu Shaowan was not angry and just smiled? It doesn't matter whether I'm your type or not. What matters is that you are my type. The whole class opened their eyes wide at this moment. Chase? Confession? Could it be that Wu Shaowan likes Li Chongqing? At the same time, Chen Wan, who was playing games with Jiang Tao and the others in the internet cafe, had just stretched and stood up from the chair. She was about to go home when she suddenly covered her forehead. Her body swayed and then fell to the ground with a plop sound. Chen Wan, what's wrong with you? Su Ying, who was sitting next to Chen Wan, hurriedly ran over. A few minutes later, an ambulance appeared and sent Chen Wan to the hospital. After class, Li Chongqing refused Ji Lin's invitation to treat him to a meal. When he returned to the dormitory, he saw Jiang Tao and the others frowning. Chen Wan is hospitalized. Li Chongqing heard the news as soon as he entered the dormitory. He didn't have much of a reaction to this. After all, he and Chen Wan had always been on bad terms. However, he still asked, "What's the disease?" "It's a brain tumor." It was originally a benign brain tumor, but because it was discovered late, it has already grown very big. The doctor said that the success rate of the operation is only 50%. If the operation fails, Chen Wan will die. What? Zhang Xiaofeng and Yang Fan next to him were also surprised. At that time, they were also in the internet cafe, but they didn't follow her to the hospital. They originally thought that Chen Wan had fainted because she suddenly stood up after playing games for a long time. They didn't expect it to be so serious. Although Chen Wan's family is quite rich and can afford the operation, the technology in China is still not mature. The operation is very dangerous. There is an authoritative expert who can treat this disease with a success rate of more than 90%. However, Chen Wan's family was rejected when they went to invite the expert. Hearing Jiang Tao's words, Yang Fan was puzzled. Since the Chen family is not short of money, there is no reason for the expert to leave them in the lurch. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem to invite that specialist over, but now that specialist is treating a tycoon. That tycoon also has a brain tumor, and it's a malignant one. He needs the specialist's 24-hour care. That specialist has already been hired by that tycoon as his personal doctor. If we want to invite that specialist over, we need that tycoon's approval. Then what should we do? Didn't Chen Wan's family beg the rich man? Zhang Xiaofeng also frowned. Although they didn't have a good impression of Chen Wan, they wouldn't be indifferent when it was a matter of life and death. Chen Wan's family went there a few times, but they couldn't even see the rich man's face. I tried to pull some strings, but the rich man's condition was very tense. He refused to let the doctor operate on Chen Wan. After all, if the doctor left the rich man's side, the rich man might have to bear the risk. Humans are selfish. It's impossible for them to put themselves in danger for a stranger they've never met. Then isn't Chen Wan in danger this time? What is the Chen family going to do? Zhang Xiaofeng asked. There's no other way. We can only find another doctor to do the surgery. If we find the expert, the success rate will be 90% or even 100%. Ordinary doctors only have 50% to 60% at most. Jiang Tao sighed. After saying this, he shrugged his shoulders. Forget it, let's not talk about this. We can't help much. Doesn't Chongqing know Miss Chu? Can't we just ask the Chu family to use some of their connections? Zhang Xiaofeng instinctively thought of Li Chongqing. What? Chongqing actually knows Miss Chu? Yang Fan was a little surprised. He just went back to his hometown a few days ago and didn't know what happened at the banquet. However, Jiang Tao shook his head. It's useless. That rich man is a big entrepreneur in Beijing. I've inquired about him, and the Chu family doesn't have any dealings with Beijing. Their connections can't reach there. Moreover, don't look at the Chu family's strength in Qingzhou, it pales in comparison to the Chu family. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's buy some fruits and go to the hospital to see Chen Wan. Chapter 199. Sure enough, when they arrived at the hospital ward, it was gloomy and gloomy. Su Ying, Zhang Mengmeng, and Hao Ting were all there. Chen Wan lay on the hospital bed, her face pale and her eyes empty. Anyone who knew that she didn't have many good days left wouldn't be happy. Chen Wan, don't be sad. Maybe it's not that bad. Hao Ting comforted her in a low voice. Yes, if it doesn't work, we'll think of something. Besides that specialist, there might be other specialists. Although Su Ying said this, no one was confident. If they could find other specialists, they would have done it long ago. Why would they wait until now? There's only a 50 to 60% chance of success. What should I do? Chen Wan couldn't help crying. Her face was haggard, and there was no trace of her usual stubbornness. Chen Wan, we're here to see you. Jiang Tao came in and put down the fruit. But Chen Wan wasn't in the mood to eat fruit. Not long after Li Chongqing and the others came in, the door to the ward opened and a middle-aged couple walked in. Dad, Mom. Chen Wan's eyes turned red when she saw the couple. The middle-aged couple also couldn't help crying. Uncle, Auntie, what's the situation? Hao Ting asked. Father Chen shook his head. No, they've pulled a lot of strings, but that rich man's status is too high, and they can't talk to him at all. It's said that the rich man also knows about Wan, but it'll take him 2 days to travel from the capital to Qingzhou, plus 3 or 4 days for the operation. The rich man's illness could flare up at any time, so he doesn't agree to let that specialist treat Wan at all. What should we do? Everyone furrowed their brows. Uncle, what's that rich man's name? Li Chongqing suddenly asked. He's the chairman of Wanxing Group, Dong Xen. Wanxing Group is a big company in the capital. Chen Zicheng looked Li Chongqing up and down. Seeing that he was dressed ordinarily and didn't look like a rich man's son, he couldn't help shaking his head in disappointment. He felt that Li Chongqing definitely couldn't help him. Chen Wan also raised her head and looked at Li Chongqing. Probably because it was very likely that he would not live for long, his entire person became much kinder. He actually took the initiative to smile at Li Chongqing. "Thank you for coming to see me. I know you know Miss Chu, but I'm afraid it's useless. My father has already sent people to visit Chu Xing, the second master of the Chu family. Chu Xing said that he doesn't know any forces in the capital. So you're a friend of the first miss of the Chu clan." Chen Ziqing was a little surprised, but that was all. They had already tried to contact the Chu clan, so they didn't have much hope. Li Chongqing smiled and didn't say anything. After staying in the ward for a while, the atmosphere was a little heavy, so everyone bid farewell and left. After leaving the hospital, Jiang Tao suggested that they go out for a meal. While they were in the bathroom, Li Chongqing called Su Xiaolin. "Hello? Sir, what can I do for you?" On the other end of the phone, Su Xiaolin's voice was respectful. Li Chongqing cut to the chase and asked directly, "Do you know Dong Xian, the chairman of Beijing Wanqing Group?" "I do." Su Xiaolin thought for a while and said, "This year, I'm working on a project with Wanqing Group." "What's wrong? Did Wanqing's people offend you?" Su Xiaolin's tone was a little cold. In his heart, anyone who dared to offend Li Chongqing deserved to die. "That's not it. I heard that the chairman of Wanqing has a brain tumor, and he has a private doctor who is second to none in the country. Coincidentally, I also have a friend who has the same disease, and I want to ask his private doctor to perform an operation for me. Can you tell him?" "So it's about this." Su Xiaolin laughed. "It's a piece of cake. Dong Xian is a coward. In fact, his disease is mostly under control, and he has a private doctor following him everywhere. I'll call him right away." "Okay." Li Chongqing hung up the phone. At this time, Chen Ziqing's phone suddenly rang in Chen Wan's ward. "Hello? Who is it? What? You're Dong Xian's secretary, okay." Chen Ziqing hung up the phone, and his hands trembled with excitement. "What's wrong?" Chen Wan and her mother looked at Chen Ziqing in confusion. "You're saved. Wanner, you're saved. The chairman of Wanqing Group heard about your situation and agreed to let his expert perform surgery for you." "Really?" Chen Wan also sat up straight with excitement. The family was surrounded by great joy and cried tears of joy. After a long time, Chen Wan said in confusion, "Dad, didn't the chairman of Wanqing say that he didn't agree to let his expert treat me? Did he suddenly have a conscience and change his mind?" "That's not it." Chen Ziqing shook his head. "I heard from the secretary that someone interceded for you, so Dong Xian agreed." "Someone interceded for me? Who could it be?" Chen Wan racked her brains but couldn't think of it. "Although our family is rich, we're far from rich and powerful. Some of the connections we used before were also helpless." Chen Ziqing also frowned. "I can't think of anyone who has such power. None of my friends have such power. Wanner, think about it. Is it one of your classmates or friends who helped?" "My classmates." Chen Wan thought about it. Among the people she knew, only Jiang Tao and Shang Jianping had background. Jiang Tao had been here just now, so it was obviously not him. Otherwise, he would have told her the good news just now. So, Shang Jianping was the only one left. Not only Chen Wan thought so, but Hao Ting and Su Ying also looked at Zhang Mengmeng. "Why are you looking at me?" Zhang Mengmeng was puzzled. "Mengmeng, it must be your Shang Jianping's doing. Shang Jianping's family is very powerful. A few days ago, I heard that he made a big deal in Beijing." Hearing their words, Zhang Mengmeng was also stunned. "Is it really him?" "Of course it's him. It must be him." Chen Wan was so excited that she held Zhang Mengmeng's hand. "Mengmeng, you have found a good partner. If it weren't for him, I would have been doomed. When I am discharged from the hospital, I must treat you and Shang Jianping to a good meal. Also, call Jiang Tao." He has been very helpful and made a lot of phone calls. If you call Jiang Tao, then call Zhang Xiaofeng and Yang Fan from their dormitory as well. Otherwise, it will seem that you favor one and discriminate against the other. Hao Ting interrupted. Then, should we call Li Chongqing? Suing said. The room fell into silence. The girls were in high spirits and had already thought about the celebration banquet. Chen Wan had a benign tumor. Because it was too big, the surgery was very tricky. With the ability of the authoritative expert in the medical field, there was almost no possibility of failure. No wonder they were so optimistic. Li Chongqing? Several people's faces showed hesitation. I think it's better not to call him. Because of Meng Meng, his relationship with Shang Jianpain is not good. Moreover, he is too boring. I'm afraid he will spoil everyone's mood. Chen Wan said. The girls didn't say anything, which was a tacit agreement. If one were to talk about the most popular person in dormitory 305, of course it would be Jiang Tao, the rich second generation. Zhang Xiaofeng and Yang Fan didn't have any special characteristics, but they were harmless and easy to integrate into the atmosphere. Only Li Chongqing was sometimes taciturn, but sometimes he showed off his ability and made people dislike him. Chapter 200. They went out for a casual meal with Jiang Tao and the others. Because of Chen Wan's illness, they all felt a little emotional. No one knew which would come first, tomorrow or an accident. Life was very fragile. This made Li Chongqing suddenly feel a sense of crisis in his heart. Although he was a cultivator and would not be defeated by ordinary illnesses, this would be his last chance. If he could not break through, he would turn into a cup of yellow soil like ordinary people. After returning to the dormitory, they talked until very late before going to bed. The next morning, Jiang Tao received a call from Suing, saying that the specialist from Beijing had arrived in Qingzhou. He was in Qingzhou First Hospital and would be operating on Chen Wan today. Jiang Tao and the others all went to the hospital to visit, but Li Chongqing found an excuse to not go. When it was almost noon, Yu Yue suddenly called and said that her parents wanted to treat Li Chongqing to a meal. Li Chongqing met Yu Yue's parents at a restaurant in Qingzhou that was not considered high-end, but the environment was not bad. This couple, who lived a relatively poor life, specially changed into new clothes today. They were seated in a corner. Li Chongqing was a little surprised. Although this restaurant was not considered high-end, it was not low-class either. A meal would cost at least 1,000 yuan. With Yu Yue's family background, there was no need to be so extravagant. Yu Baogua smiled at Li Chongqing and then took a puff of smoke by himself. Yu Yue's mother took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Li Chongqing. Yu Yue lowered her head and did not say anything. She seemed to be a little guilty. After Li Chongqing sat down, there was some doubt in his eyes. He did not know why Yu Yue's parents suddenly invited him to a meal, and what their intentions were. He came in and sat for 10 minutes. The waiter came several times to ask about the dishes, but Yu Baogua said to wait, as if he was waiting for someone. This made Li Chongqing feel even more strange. After a while, a middle-aged man in a suit came over. Yu Baogua and his family all stood up. Li Chongqing had no choice but to stand up as well. The middle-aged man looked somewhat similar to Yu Baogua. After he came over, he called Yu Baogua Big Brother. Then, he pulled out a stool and sat down very naturally. "Waiter, we can order now." Yu Baogua waved at the waiter in the distance. When the waiter brought the menu, Yu Baogua directly pushed the menu to the middle-aged man. "Jianfeng, order whatever you want." Yu Jianfeng didn't refuse. He flipped through a few pages of the menu, ordered 7 or 8 dishes, and handed them to the waiter. Only then did Yu Baogua introduce him to Li Chongqing. "This is Yue's second uncle. We are cousins." "Hello, second uncle." Li Chongqing reached out his hand to Yu Jianfeng. Considering that Yu Jianfeng was Yu Youwei's elder and his relationship with Yu Youwei, Li Chongqing reluctantly called him second uncle. Yu Jianfeng looked Li Chongqing up and down. You are that Li Chongqing? As he spoke, there was a hint of contempt in his eyes. After a short exchange, they fell into silence again. Yu Baogua occasionally chatted with Yu Jianfeng. Yu Youwei explained to Li Chongqing in a low voice, "This is my second uncle. My second uncle is a businessman. He runs a small factory and has a net worth of several million yuan." No wonder. Li Chongqing nodded. Several million yuan was not even enough to reach the bottom of the rich circle in Qingzhou. However, for a poor family like Yu Youwei's, he was definitely a rich man in her circle of relatives. With money and power, he would speak with more confidence than ordinary people. "Chongqing, I invited you out to dinner this time to thank you for helping Yu Youwei last time. I've been wanting to invite you out for a long time, but I didn't have time. Now I finally have time," Youwei's mother said with a smile on her face. She was a typical rural woman. She was simple and kind and basically had no temper. The dishes began to be served one after another. During this time, Yu Baogua smoked 4 or 5 cigarettes in a row. Several times, he wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, Yu Jianfeng took the initiative to put a piece of fish in Li Chongqing's bowl and said, "You are Li Chongqing, right? In fact, my brother and sister-in-law invited you out to dinner today to thank you for helping Yu Wei last time. Another reason is because the college entrance examination is coming soon. A few days ago, I heard from her substitute teacher that she had 3 evening self-study classes. You have seen the financial situation of my brother's family. They are all depending on Yu Wei to get into college and change their fate. At this juncture, they don't want any mistakes to happen. You and Yu Wei are friends. Of course, we have no objection to you young people being friends, but don't cross the line. After all, you are still too young." Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing thought to himself, "No wonder. It turns out that they found out about me skipping class last time. The Yu family set up such a table to express their attitude that they didn't want Yu Youwei to be in a relationship with me. If he hadn't helped Yu Youwei last time at the restaurant and made the Yu family owe him a favor, he was afraid that they wouldn't be so amiable today. Perhaps Yu Youwei's second uncle would have already slammed the table and told him to stay away from Yu Youwei. Originally, Yu Youwei was about to enter college, and it was understandable that the parents would regard puppy love as a scourge. However, Yu Jianfeng's next words were a little harsh. "Yu Wei is very good at her studies and is a top student in the whole school. It won't be difficult for her to get into a famous college. Although Qingzhou University is not bad, it is still a little inferior to those top universities. If she wants to find a boyfriend, she must go to college. The people there are most suitable for her." Yu Jianfeng's words were clearly implying that Li Chongqing wasn't good enough for Yu Youwei. Yu Youwei had already grabbed Li Chongqing's hand tightly, afraid that Li Chongqing would be angry and leave. However, when she looked up, she saw Li Chongqing's warm gaze. Studying also requires a balance of work and rest because studying every day is too tiring. That day, I just took her out for a walk. Don't think too much. Li Chongqing smiled. As for the famous college, in my opinion, it's actually not important. Although a diploma can represent a person's ability to a certain extent, it can't represent everything. Many people who didn't go to a famous college can also become super rich, and those students from famous colleges can only work for them. Li Chongqing didn't say anything else after he finished speaking. At this time, the dishes were all served. Several people picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Then, the topic just now ended. Yu Wei, isn't that Principal Wu from your school? Yu Baogua's seat just happened to be able to see the door. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads and saw an old man in a suit walking in. It was Wu Ruowang, the principal of Green Vine High School. Next to him, a beautiful girl was holding his arm. It was his daughter, Wu Xiaowan. Yue, quickly ask your principal to come over for dinner. This principal is very good to you. I wanted to invite him to dinner several times, but he didn't come out. It's not easy to meet him today. Yu Baogua hurriedly said. Okay. Yue stood up and walked toward Wu Ruowang, while Li Chongqing looked a little speechless. Recently, he didn't know why he would run into Wu Shaowan everywhere he went. Chapter 201. Wu Ruowang was invited over. Yue's family all stood up to welcome him. Only Li Chongqing sat there without moving. A trace of displeasure flashed in Yu Baogua's eyes. He felt that Li Chongqing was a little impolite. Isn't this Chongqing? What a coincidence! Unexpectedly, when Wu Ruowang saw Li Chongqing, his eyes immediately lit up. He went over and patted Li Chongqing on the shoulder, looking very friendly. When he was about to sit down next to Li Chongqing, he saw that Wu Shaowan had already pulled out a chair and sat down before her father. This made everyone present a little stunned. What was going on? Chongqing, I lost to you in the chess game in the office last time. I'm not convinced. But I've been practicing my chess skills these days. Someday, I must play a game to my heart's content. Wu Ruowang said a few words to Li Chongqing before he noticed the people of the Yu family standing there. He smiled awkwardly. This young friend and I are friends despite the difference in age. I forgot myself a little. Everyone, please sit down. Only then did the people of the Yu family sit down. Li Chongqing, I've been saying that I want to treat you to a meal, but you always refuse. But I see that you have plenty of time now. What's wrong? Is it because I'm not charming enough to invite you? Wu Shaowan pouted. She looked at Li Chongqing with resentment in her eyes, as if she was acting coquettishly. At the dinner table, Yu Baogua, Yu Jianfeng, Yu Yue's mother, and Yu Yue all looked at this scene in a daze and looked at each other. Yu Baogua finally interrupted and said, President Wu, you and Li Chongqing know each other in advance? When Wu Ruowang heard this, he laughed and said, I know him, of course I know him. We are very familiar with each other. Although Li Chongqing is young, his level of Go is very high. He defeated me completely. Moreover, Chongqing is going to Qingzhou University, which will definitely bury his talent. With his strength, I think he should be recommended to Tsinghua University. Everyone from the Yu clan was even more confused. Wu Ruowang was also a famous figure in the education field. Now, he was full of praise for Li Chongqing and called him a friend despite the difference in age. It was likely that he did not just admire Li Chongqing. Even Yu Jianfeng, who had been dismissive of Li Chongqing from the beginning, couldn't help but re-evaluate this ordinary young man. Regardless of identity or status, Wu Ruowang had students all over the world. He had very strong connections in all fields of Qingzhou province. Although Yu Jianfeng had opened a small factory and had some assets, it was not worth mentioning compared to Wu Ruowang's connections. Moreover, Yu Jianfeng's son was about to enter high school. As long as he didn't leave Qingzhou, Green Vine High School was definitely one of the top schools in Qingzhou. However, his son's studies were not as good as Yu Yue's. It would be a little difficult for him to enter Green Vine High School. When he saw Wu Ruowang just now, he was thinking in his heart whether he could use his relationship with Wu Ruowang to let his son enter a key high school. Hearing that the old principal did not like money, Yu Jianfeng was thinking about how to make a breakthrough. Li Chongqing's appearance made Yu Jianfeng see an opportunity. Chongqing is really an outstanding young man. To tell you the truth, if Chongqing wasn't already taken, I would really want to introduce my daughter to him. Everyone from the Yu clan laughed along with Wu Ruowang, but their hearts were already shocked. Yu Yue couldn't help but look at Li Chongqing. Thinking of Li Chongqing's extraordinary performance, he was completely worthy of Wu Shaowan. Even Wu Shaowan and Li Chongqing were beyond her reach. Yu Yue tried hard to keep herself calm, but she still couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Wu Shaowan's appearance made her instinctively feel a sense of crisis. Dad, What are you talking about? Wu Xiaowan rolled her eyes at Wu Ruoang and then said, even if the famous flower is taken, I can still compete. It depends on whether some people give me a fair chance to compete. When these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that Wu Ruoang's words were joking, but Wu Xiaowan's words seemed to make Li Chongqing a delicious cake. With Wu Xiaowan's appearance, she was definitely not inferior to Yu Yue, and the Wu clan's family background was far better than the Yu clan's. Everyone from the Yu clan suddenly had complicated thought. Today's banquet was to break up the couple and let Li Chongqing and Yu Yue draw a clear line. But it was someone who they abandoned like a shoe that someone treasured. What was going on? At the dinner table, Yu Jianfeng calmed down and took the initiative to chat with Wu Ruoang. It was a pity that although Yu Jianfeng was a small boss and had some knowledge, he was uneducated. When talking with Wu Ruoang, a great scholar, he couldn't get to the point. Next to him, Yu Baoguo and his wife were so honest that they couldn't even get a word in. Li Chongqing, on the other hand, sometimes casually said a few words, but Wu Ruoang treated it as a treasure, which made Li Chongqing a little embarrassed. President Wu, don't praise me. I'm not as excellent as you say. Yes, absolutely. Wu Ruoang laughed. You don't have to be modest. Not only do I think you are excellent, but my daughter also praised you a lot these days. She said that you are a piece of unpolished jade and ordinary people can't find your inner qualities. Wu Ruoang seemed to be in a particularly good mood. Meeting Li Chongqing here, it seemed that he wanted to set up his daughter and Li Chongqing. Chongqing, do you want me to pluck a prawn for you? Wu Xiaowan didn't wait for Li Chongqing to answer and put the plucked prawn meat into Li Chongqing's bowl. This action attracted the attention of everyone at the table. This made Li Chongqing, who was originally a supporting role in this banquet, suddenly rise to the status of the protagonist. Beauties were very grateful, especially a stunning beauty like Wu Xiaowan. This seemingly casual action, in the eyes of the Yu family, was no different from throwing a mine into the deep sea, which was a little shocking. Wu Ruoang sighed and muttered, "A grown girl can't be kept at home." But looking at his eyes that were narrowed into crescents, it was obvious that he couldn't hide his smile. Li Chongqing looked at the prawn meat in his bowl and really didn't know whether to put it into his mouth or not. At this time, Yu Yue suddenly picked up a piece of crab and put it into Li Chongqing's bowl. This is the Yangqing Lake hairy crab. It's very delicious. Try it. Yu Baoguo and his wife looked a little strange. Even they didn't enjoy such treatment today, especially the hairy crab that Yu Yue put into his bowl was obviously the fattest and biggest one. Yu Jianfeng had to look at Li Chongqing carefully again, thinking, I didn't know that this guy was hiding his strength. His niece fell in love with him, which can be regarded as the first awakening of love and a moment of confusion. But even a beautiful woman like Wu Xiaowan also fell in love with him. This possibility is a little small. And Wu Ruoang is an old fox. He obviously supports his daughter's behavior. Is there anything unusual about this guy? Chapter 202. Yu Baoguo took a sip of the white wine in his glass, feeling a little complicated. Originally, today's banquet was a family discussion to break up the couple, but it seemed that the poor boy he didn't like was quite popular. If he hit him, Li Chongqing might become Wu Ruoang's son-in-law in the blink of an eye. There must be some reason for Wu Ruoang to like him. He turned to look at his wife, only to see Yu Yue's mother lowering her head, thinking about something. In terms of family, Wu Ruoang's social status was much higher than Yu Yue's. In terms of appearance, Wu Xiaowan was not inferior to Yu Yue. If his Yue was compared with Wu Xiaowan, she didn't seem to have any advantage. Yu Baoguo had unknowingly changed his mind. However, what his cousin Yu Jianfeng said at that time was very likely to push Li Chongqing to Wu Xiaowan's side. Yu Baoguo was slightly annoyed. Wu Ruoang took the initiative to raise her glass and clinked it with Li Chongqing's. There aren't many people who can be liked by this old man. Li Chongqing, you're one of them. It's fate that we can meet here today. If there's anything in the future, just let me know. Also, Xiaowang and you are in the same school. You can interact with each other when you're free. Okay. Li Chongqing smiled and nodded. Yu Jianfeng's eyes were already shining. He was thinking about how to send his son to Green Vine Middle School. With Wu Ruowang's attitude towards Li Chongqing, wasn't it just a matter of saying a word? Chongqing, are you free on Sunday? I'll treat you to a meal. Don't refuse again. I'm sincerely inviting you. Wu Xiaowang immediately said. I should have time. Li Chongqing had a headache. After hearing Li Chongqing's words, Wu Xiaowang directly grabbed Li Chongqing's arm and shook it. You must promise me. Don't refuse again. Okay. Li Chongqing was a little helpless. By the way, Yu Wei, do you mind lending Li Chongqing to me for a day? Wu Xiaowan suddenly looked at Yu Wei. Yu Wei was stunned. She shook her head and said, Of course not. But don't eat too late. Chongqing promised to accompany me to the night market. Really? Wu Xiaowan smiled. Her expression was a little unnatural. By the way, Chongqing, I still have to thank you for the resurrection grass last time. Xiaowan's grandfather has been delirious for many years. Now that he has taken the resurrection grass, he finally got better. That medicinal herb of yours should have been given to you by Miss Nangong. I didn't expect that you and Miss Nangong were friends. The more Wu Ruowang looked at Li Chongqing, the more he admired him. Everyone in the room pricked up their ears. Yu Baogua naturally didn't know what kind of existence the Nangong family was, but his brother Yu Jianfeng's face was full of surprise. Originally, Yu Jianfeng's status and Nangong Jingming's were not on the same level. Coincidentally, Yu Jianfeng had a friend who was in the medicine business. He often mentioned it to him, and told him that there was a giant in the northwest called the Nangong family. Big brother, didn't you say that this Li Chongqing was just a poor boy? How could he know the Nangong family's Miss Nangong Jingming? The Nangong family is a pharmaceutical giant in the northwest, with a net worth of hundreds of billions. Yu Jianfeng whispered to Yu Baogua. What? Yu Baogua's hand trembled, and the chopsticks fell to the ground. Suddenly, everyone's gaze was attracted. Yu Baogua smiled awkwardly. After picking up the chopsticks, he didn't care about the loss of composure on his face. He looked at Li Chongqing and asked, Chongqing, I didn't expect you to know so many rich people. Last time, didn't you say that both your parents died and your family is from the countryside? So what if I'm from the countryside? Can't people from the countryside know those big shots? Moreover, I'm a big shot myself. Li Chongqing thought so in his heart, but he smiled and said, Because of some things, I helped her a little by chance, and we became friends. You're a little modest. I heard that you didn't help a little, and as the miss of the Nangong family, even if it's a little, not everyone can help. Wu Xiaowan said. Since knowing Li Chongqing's identity, the image of Li Chongqing in her heart was incomparably mysterious and magnificent. Li Chongqing smiled and didn't try to explain himself. Yes, Chongqing, Xiaowan is right. You're too low-key. Although low-key is a virtue, it's easy to be looked down upon. Wu Ruowang's unintentional words made everyone in the Yu family feel a little hot on their faces. However, Yu Jianfeng's eyes became brighter and brighter. His niece had a good relationship with Li Chongqing. In addition, Li Chongqing was so powerful. Maybe not only did his son have hope of entering Green Vine High School, but he could also help him in other areas. Not to mention other things, just based on his relationship with Nangong Jingming, he could make a lot more money by cooperating with the Nangong family on some projects. After all, compared to the Nangong family, his wealth was not worth mentioning at all. The soup left after the Nangong family ate the meat could fill him to death. Chongqing, come and eat more. Yu Jianfeng took the initiative to stand up and put a piece of tofu on Li Chongqing's plate. After sitting down, he tugged at his elder brother Yu Baogua's sleeve. Seeing that Yu Baogua still didn't understand, he simply leaned over and whispered a few times in his ear. However, Yu Baogua's eyes became brighter and brighter. He chuckled and said, "Chongqing, there's no other reason for inviting you out for a meal this time. Firstly, it's to thank you for helping Yu Wei last time. Secondly, you're not young anymore. Young people have their own ideas. If you like Yu Wei, we won't object. See if there are any elders in your family. Let's have a meal together." Li Chongqing was stunned by Yu Baogua's words. Yu Wei also widened her eyes. What's going on? Did the sun rise from the west? Especially Yu Wei, she naturally knew that her family was firmly opposed to her and Li Chongqing's relationship. Why did the wind suddenly change? Yu Jianfeng cast an admiring look at his elder brother. He thought to himself, although my elder brother is not promising in his life, his brain works fast enough. I just told him that Li Chongqing is very likely to be a rich man's son, and Yu Baogua immediately reacted. Smart, really smart. Meet parents? Wu Xiaowan's expression was obviously a little strange at this moment. Have they already reached this point? Wu Ruowang glanced at Li Chongqing and Yu Wei and felt that the two were indeed a good match. It seemed that his daughter didn't have a chance. He couldn't help but sigh. Over the years, there were many people who pursued Wu Xiaowan. Wu Xiaowan had also found a few partners, but Wu Ruowang was not satisfied with most of them. Finally, Li Chongqing appeared, and he was about to become someone else's son-in-law. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Chapter 203. The meal was a little magnificent. When they left the restaurant, it was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Chongqing wanted to take a taxi back, but Yu Jianfeng insisted on driving him back to school. On the way, he kept asking about Li Chongqing's real identity. Li Chongqing answered with a few words, which made Yu Jianfeng feel that Li Chongqing was more mysterious. When he returned to the dormitory, Jiang Tao and the others were already there. Seeing them in high spirits, Li Chongqing found out that Chen Wan's operation was very successful and she could be discharged from the hospital soon. The three of them were discussing who interceded for Chen Wan so that the tycoon would let his specialist do the operation for Chen Wan. Although Shang Jianpain is not very pleasing to the eye, what he did this time was very interesting. If he didn't call, Chen Wan would be in danger. Because of Li Chongqing, the 305 dormitory used to be hostile to Shang Jianpain, but after what happened with Chen Wan, everyone's opinion began to change. Yeah, I thought Shang Jianpain's family was similar to mine, but it seems that his connections are very wide. He can talk to people in the capital. Jiang Tao also sighed. By the way, Chongqing, you won 400,000 yuan from Shang Jianpain last time in Chuzhou City. If you ask me, you should apologize to him. Shang Jianpain may not care about a few 100,000 yuan, but offending such a person is always a bad thing. It's better to resolve it. Yang Fan said. However, Jiang Tao glared at him and said, "What's there to apologize for? Do you think it will be over after you apologize? However, Chongqing, you really have to be careful. Shang Jianpain's family is so powerful. When the time comes, just a flick of their fingers is not something a small character like you can handle." I know. Li Chongqing smiled. He didn't expect that when he told Su Xiaolin not to reveal his identity, everyone would think of Shang Jianpain. He did a good deed without leaving his name and was replaced by someone else, which made him feel a little uncomfortable, especially when it was Shang Jianpain who he hated. By the way, Chongqing, Chen Wan's surgery was very successful today. Chen Wan's dad said that he's going to treat everyone to a meal on Sunday. Are you going? Jiang Tao suddenly asked. I won't be going. Li Chongqing shook his head. I've already promised someone this Sunday. I see. Jiang Tao regretted asking this question. If Chen Wan didn't invite Li Chongqing, his question would only make Li Chongqing feel awkward. In fact, Chen Wan did not intend to invite Li Chongqing at all. Sunday came quickly. On this day, Wu Xiaowan dressed up beautifully and met Li Chongqing at the school gate to have dinner together. During the last trip to Medicine King Valley, Li Chongqing was very disappointed with Wu Xiaowan's performance, but since he had already promised to treat her to a meal, Li Chongqing naturally would not go back on his word. In a high-end restaurant, Li Chongqing and Wu Xiaowan sat down in a private room. There were only 2 people in the large private room, which seemed a bit empty, but Wu Xiaowan seemed to like this environment very much. Chongqing, tell me your story. I'm very curious about you. Wu Xiaowan rested her cheeks on her hands and quietly looked at Li Chongqing. There's nothing to tell about my story. Li Chongqing was really helpless with Wu Xiaowan. Recently, this woman seemed to have a screw loose, as if she didn't want to leave him. If it weren't for the incident in Medicine King Valley, Li Chongqing might have really been moved. Unable to stand Wu Xiaowan's affectionate eyes, Li Chongqing found an excuse to smoke a cigarette in the corridor. Chongqing, why are you here? A surprised voice sounded. Li Chongqing, who had just put out the cigarette butt, looked up in surprise and saw Jiang Tao in a suit walking over. I'm here to eat. Eat? By yourself? Jiang Tao looked puzzled. Just as Li Chongqing was about to speak, another voice sounded. Could it be that Chen Wan didn't invite him, and he came here to freeload? Zhang Mengmeng walked over with Shang Jianpei's arm. Ever since the incident in Chuzhou City, Li Chongqing and Zhang Mengmeng had a grudge against each other. No, I'm here to treat someone to a meal. Li Chongqing smiled and said. You? Treat someone to a meal? Do you know how much a meal in this hotel costs? I remember you won 400,000 from my boyfriend in Chuzhou City. You must have spent most of it at Haoxiang Hotel. Do you think you have the money to treat someone to a meal here? Just say that you want to eat here. Although Chen Wan didn't invite you, she wouldn't kick you out. Zhang Mingming's words were so blunt that Li Chongqing couldn't help but frown. Isn't this Mr. Li? A group of people walked over from afar. Chen Wan's father, Chen Ziqing, walked at the front. Chen Wan had just finished her surgery and couldn't be discharged from the hospital. Therefore, her father had come to treat her to a meal to thank Shang Jianpei. Chen Ziqing had met Li Chongqing at the hospital the day before. Li Chongqing had asked for the name of the tycoon in Jin City. If Chen Wan hadn't told him that Li Chongqing came from an ordinary family, Chen Ziqing would have thought that Li Chongqing was the one who helped Chen Wan. Mr. Li Wan-er's surgery was successful because of everyone's help. You have to drink with your uncle today. Chen Ziqing laughed and said. He didn't know who Chen Wan had invited. When he saw Li Chongqing, he thought that it was Chen Wan who invited Li Chongqing. Uncle Chen, my Shang Jianpei is the one who really helped. What did he do? Chen Wan didn't invite him. He's shameless to come here and freeload. After Zhang Mingming's words, the smile on Chen Ziqing's face froze for a moment. Then, he laughed and said, Don't freeload. Wan-er didn't invite him, so she must have forgotten. Mr. Li was also very concerned about Wan-er's condition that day. Let's have a drink together later. Although Chen Ziqing said so, there was a strange look in his eyes. It didn't matter how poor a person was, as long as he had the ambition. If he came here to freeload without being invited, it would make people speechless. Not only Chen Ziqing, but Hao Ting, Su Ying, and some other friends also showed disdain in their eyes. Even Zhang Xiaofeng and Yang Fan had a strange look on their faces. They were in the same dormitory as Li Chongqing. They usually called each other brothers and were always on Li Chongqing's side. However, Li Chongqing's behavior today was too embarrassing. Chongqing, let's have a drink together at today's banquet. Jiang Tao patted Li Chongqing's shoulder, trying to help Li Chongqing resolve the awkwardness in front of him. Zhang Xiaofeng also said, Yes, Chongqing. Let's have a drink together. Let's see how much you can drink. I've never seen you drunk before. Yang Fan also echoed, Today is Uncle Chen's big day to celebrate the success of Chen Wan's surgery. Let's have a good time together. Chen Ziqing was about to speak, but Shang Jianping said coldly, I don't like to eat with him. If you want to invite him, then I'll go back first. After saying that, he pretended to leave. Don't. Chen Ziqing hurriedly stopped Shang Jianping. Today's banquet is mainly to thank you. You're the main character. How can you leave? After saying that, he looked at Li Chongqing with some embarrassment. Mr. Li, I'm really sorry. Uncle will invite you alone another day. It's okay. Li Chongqing smiled. I'm here with a friend. She's probably been waiting for a long time. I won't talk to you anymore. After saying that, he turned and walked to the corridor. He's just pretending. He wanted to freeload but failed. He's afraid of losing face, so he found an excuse to run away. Zhang Mengmeng snorted coldly. Although the others didn't say anything, they obviously had the same idea as Zhang Mengmeng. Chapter 204. He didn't even invite him, yet he came here by himself. How embarrassing! A girl curled her lips and said in a voice that was neither high nor low. Because Li Chongqing didn't go far, Li Chongqing happened to hear it. What nonsense are you talking about? Chongqing said that he was treating his friend to a meal, and he just happened to bump into us. Jiang Tao couldn't help but glare at the girl. What are you staring at? I'm just telling the truth. Why do you think it's unpleasant? Cover your ears with your hand. The girl was also unruly. She wasn't afraid of Jiang Tao, a rich second generation. Enough. Zhang Xiaofeng pulled Jiang Tao. How shameful! He came here to freeload, but he could only leave with his tail between his legs. It's already the 21st century. How can there be such people? The girl said in a strange voice. Who's freeloading? Chongqing is willing to spend hundreds of thousands to treat us to a meal in the Imperial Hall. Why would he care about this meal? You better watch your mouth. Jiang Tao pointed at the girl's nose and shouted. What are you shouting for? What are you shouting for? Don't think that I don't know that he's a poor boy. He worked several jobs in order to study. Last time, when he treated us to a meal in the Imperial Hall, he spent the money he won from Shang Jianping. Now, he's probably a pauper again. Your friend obviously wants to freeload, saying that he's here to accompany a friend. If Uncle Chen said that he wanted to invite him, he would definitely follow us to eat. You're not a good person to have such a friend. You're asking for a beating. Jiang Tao raised his hand in anger. However, Zhang Xiaofeng pulled him away. Suddenly, the corridor became noisy and chaotic. Li Chongqing, who had already walked a distance, stopped at this time, then turned around and walked back. You said that I'm here to freeload. I'm too lazy to argue with you. But Jiang Tao is defending me. You can't insult him. With that, Li Chongqing looked at the girl. I hope you apologize to Jiang Tao now. Apologize? The girl couldn't help but chuckle. Why should I apologize? You're here to freeload, but they didn't invite you, so you can only find an excuse to leave. Am I wrong? Of course not. Li Chongqing shook his head. Since it's not right, then prove it to me. Didn't you say that you came to eat with someone else? Where was that person? Ask him to come out, and I'll apologize to your friend immediately. That girl had an aggressive attitude. What do you mean by accompanying people for dinner? That was all made up by him. How would he dare to agree to your request? Zhang Mengmeng sneered. That's enough, Li Chongqing. Speak less. Because Jiang Tao wanted to fight with someone because of Li Chongqing, Su Ying said somewhat angrily. In her view, it wasn't worth it for Jiang Tao to have a friend like Li Chongqing. She hoped that this matter would stop here and not blow up further. Otherwise, it would be even more embarrassing. Who knew that Li Chongqing didn't seem to care about her at all? Instead, he said to the woman, as long as I can prove it, you have to apologize to Jiang Tao. If you can't do it, don't blame me for being impolite. He. The woman sneered twice. Her hands were crossed in front of her chest, and her face was full of contempt. Chongqing, I think we should forget about it. We are all Chen Wan's friends. What are you doing? Zhang Xiaofeng came out to smooth things over. Everyone had a preconceived notion that Li Chongqing was here to freeload. No matter what Li Chongqing said, they didn't believe it. Chen Ziqing was here to invite everyone to dinner, and Li Chongqing just happened to appear here. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Especially Su Ying, at this moment, her good impression of Li Chongqing completely disappeared. She had thought that even if Li Chongqing's family was poor and he had to work a few jobs to support his studies, at least it would not be shameful for him to earn money with his own hands. But now, in order to freeload a meal, he had put down his pride and did not leave quickly after being exposed. He had to make her boyfriend lose face as well. Well, since Li Chongqing wants to prove it to us, then we'll give him a chance, Shang Jianping said in a strange tone. He didn't believe that Li Chongqing could really find the so-called friend. Li Chongqing, now you can ask your friend to show up. As long as your friend can show up in 5 minutes, it means that what you said is true. Hurry up and make the call, the woman said with a playful look. Li Chongqing nodded. No need to make the call. She's in the box in front. As he spoke, he strode to the front. The others followed him with a puzzled look, thinking, is he really here to have dinner with his friend? When the door of the box was opened, many people craned their necks to look inside, only to see that the whole box was empty except for a few dishes that had obviously been eaten. Are you kidding me? Find a box that others haven't had time to clean up after dinner and say that it's the place where you just had dinner. Then you won't say that your friend has something to do and left in advance, will you? Shang Jianping said with a sneer. The others also showed a mocking look in their eyes. Su Ying's face was so gloomy that it almost dripped water. Li Chongqing really disappointed her. When she opened the box door just now, she still had hope in her heart, but now her hope was completely shattered. Even Jiang Tao showed a wry smile on his face. He didn't expect such an ending. Chongqing, are you a little tight recently? Last time at Haoxiang Hotel, you must have spent a lot of money. You also want to save face and suffer. If you want to have a big meal, tell your brother will treat you. Zhang Xiaofeng patted Li Chongqing's shoulder. Now you're exposed, aren't you? The woman sneered. Chen Ziqing shook his head and thought, what a farce. Last time I heard that Li Chongqing knew the eldest daughter of the Chu family, and he also attached great importance to Li Chongqing. Now it seems that this so-called friend should be a big lie. Just when everyone was shaking their heads, Zhang Mengmeng suddenly muttered, isn't that the first goddess of our university, Wu Shaowan? It's really Wu Shaowan. There were many students of Qingzhou University present. Who didn't know the famous first goddess of the university? Hello, Teacher Wu. A boy from Qingzhou University took the initiative to greet her. Wu Shaowan responded with a smile, which made the other party somewhat flattered. Teacher Wu, can I invite you to have a meal? That student asked for a yard after getting an inch. I'm sorry, I already have an appointment today. Wu Shaowan declined with a smile. That's a pity. That boy was slightly disappointed, but he quickly adjusted his mentality. After all, Wu Shaowan was the first goddess of the university. It was normal to refuse him. In the entire Qingzhou University, the number of people who could invite Wu Shaowan out for a meal could be counted with one hand. Chongqing, where did you go? You said you were going out, but you disappeared for a long time. Leaving a beautiful girl like me in the box, can you feel at ease? Wu Shaowan smiled and walked toward Li Chongqing. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded, as if they were struck by lightning. Li Chongqing actually came here to have a meal with a friend, and his friend was the famous goddess of Qingzhou University, Wu Shaowan. How about it? Now you can apologize to my friend, right? Li Chongqing looked at the woman. The woman reluctantly apologized to Jiang Tao, then turned around and walked toward the stairs. Obviously, she didn't plan to participate in the celebration banquet. The rest of the people were still in a daze until they saw Li Chongqing and Wu Shaowan enter the box together and close the door. Only then did they wake up from their dream. Chapter 205. In the corridor, everyone was dumbfounded. Qingzhou University's #1 goddess, how many people have tried every possible way to get to know Wu Shaowan, yet Li Chongqing and Wu Shaowan came out to eat together, and from the looks of it, their relationship was not ordinary. Are you kidding me? Isn't this like a flower inserted in cow dung? A student of Qingzhou University muttered, feeling somewhat indignant. What are you talking about? Jiang Tao's face suddenly sank. His eyes were also filled with shock, but at the same time, he couldn't help but laugh. This group of ignorant guys. Their disdainful faces just now were now slapped in the face. Chongqing really hides his strength. He's a beauty killer. Several people in dorm 305 had this thought in their minds at the same time. First, it was by Qianxue, then Yu Yue, and now even the beauty Wu Shaowan was taken by Li Chongqing. Although they didn't know how far the two had progressed, it was already amazing to ask Wu Shaowan out to eat. On the other side, Shang Jianpei's face was as calm as water. He originally thought that Zhang Mengmeng didn't choose Li Chongqing but chose him instead, which was a kind of victory. But at this moment, he found that Zhang Mengmeng was far inferior to the women who appeared beside Li Chongqing. Comparing goods to goods, one would throw them away, and comparing people to people, one would die. Zhang Mengmeng was also a proper beauty, but compared to Wu Shaowan, she was dwarfed and overshadowed. Zhang Mengmeng's eyes flickered. There was a somewhat complicated feeling in her heart. At first, she had hoped to have a relationship with Li Chongqing. But because she listened to Chen Wan and Hao Ting's persuasion, plus seeing Li Chongqing working as a waiter in a KTV, she felt that the gap between Li Chongqing and Shang Jianpei was too big. Finally, she chose Shang Jianpei. But at this moment, seeing women who were more outstanding than her appear beside Li Chongqing one after another, even she couldn't help but ask herself if her choice was wrong. Li Chongqing might have advantages that she didn't find. Even if Wu Shaowan accompanied him to eat, so what? It still doesn't change the fact that he's a bumpkin. Finally, Shang Jianpei said coldly, but there was a clear feeling of jealousy in his tone. Yeah, having a meal doesn't mean anything. Hao Ting chimed in. Back then, she and Chen Wan had tried their best to persuade Zhang Mengmeng to choose Shang Jianpei. If Li Chongqing was more outstanding than Shang Jianpei, Zhang Mengmeng might blame them. All right, let's go eat first. Dr. Zhao, who operated on Wan said that he's flying back to the capital tonight. That millionaire's illness can't be delayed for even a moment. I originally wanted to treat him to a meal to thank him, but now it seems that I can't. After the banquet, I have to personally send him off. Chen Ziqing didn't have such a big reaction like the others. Although Wu Xiaowan's appearance was stunning at his age, although it couldn't be said that he was invulnerable to 100 evils, he had long been able to restrain his desires and hide his true thoughts. The group of people turned around and walked into the private room on the other side. Li Chongqing and Wu Shaowan stayed for a while before the two left the restaurant. As soon as he stepped out of the restaurant, he received a call from Su Xiaolin. Sir, the expert surnamed Zhao said that he wants to see you. He is very curious about the person who can make Chairman Wan Xin, who cherishes his life, take the risk to come to Qingzhou for treatment. Originally, I refused, but the other party repeatedly asked, so I agreed to come and ask for your opinion. See him? You didn't reveal my identity, did you? No, absolutely not. Su Xiaolin on the other end of the phone promised. Since the other party is curious, he can be regarded as doing me a favor and fulfilling his wish. Okay, then I'll call him and ask him to pick you up. No, I'll go see him. Tell me the address. After hanging up the phone, Li Changxing waved to Wu Xiaowan, who was leaning against the car door and waiting for him, and then said loudly, "I have something to do and won't go back to school. Call me if you need anything." After that, he went to the side of the road. A black Santana stopped and the window rolled down. It was Peng Tiexin. Peng Tiexin was responsible for following Li Changxing under Su Xiaolin's order. No matter where Li Changxing went, he was nearby. He usually didn't come out, but as long as Li Changxing needed him, he would appear. Li Changxing directly opened the door and sat in the car. Soon, they arrived at a 5-star hotel and parked the car. The two went in. Because it was not a hotel, the front desk didn't let strangers in casually. Li Changxing told the front desk the name of the expert. After the front desk found the expert's room number, they directly called him. The other party received the call from the front desk and said impatiently, "Who is it?" When the front desk said Li Changxing's name, the other party immediately changed his tone. Soon, a figure in a suit came out of the elevator. He was about 50 years old, bald, and neither fat nor thin. As soon as he came out, he affectionately held Li Changxing's hand. It was very different from Li Changxing's impression of experts who didn't smile. He was very enthusiastic and flattering. The expert said that there was a tea house nearby. He had already booked a private room and invited Li Changxing to go there. After leaving the hotel, they walked for nearly 100 meters and came to a tea house called Jiangnan Waterside Pavilion. Along the way, expert Zhao didn't dare to walk in front of Li Changxing. From beginning to end, he kept half a step behind Li Changxing. He was obviously surprised by Li Changxing's age. He didn't expect that the big shot who made the call was such a young man. He sighed in his heart, "He's really young and low-key. I can't see any background at all." In the tea house, a woman in a green cheongsam with the graceful aura of a Jiangnan woman was very skilled in brewing tea, with a kind of beauty. This expert was obviously a person who was proficient in the tea ceremony. He took the initiative to pour tea into Li Changxing's cup. Li Changxing didn't pay attention to this. He just happened to be a little thirsty and drank a few cups. While brewing tea, the woman's eyes inevitably revealed some strange color. A pot of tea that cost more than 100,000 yuan was completely drunk by Li Changxing as plain water. However, seeing the smiling appearance of expert Zhao, who was obviously not an ordinary person, the woman who was brewing tea had some doubts in her heart. When expert Zhao called before, he said that he wanted to entertain a big shot and had to take out the best tea in their shop. Before that, she was still nervous. She was afraid that there was any gap in her tea brewing level, and it would cause the big shot to be unhappy. However, it seemed that this big shot was really a bit ordinary. "Mr. Li, it's really my blessing to be able to see your true face on this trip to Qingzhou. I'll toast you with tea instead of wine. If you need little Zhao in the future, just say a word and I'll be at your beck and call." Expert Zhao stood up, bowed slightly, and picked up the teacup. The woman next to him had already widened her eyes. Spending hundreds of thousands of yuan worth of tea leaves to invite a young man dressed in ordinary clothes has already surprised her enough, but now he actually said "you," especially when expert Zhao was so old. He actually called himself Little Zhao in front of Li Changxing. While she couldn't help but laugh, she also felt very surprised. Why does this Mr. Zhao look so familiar? Internal medicine expert Zhao Ming? The woman suddenly thought of a news she had seen some time ago, about the legendary life of a domestic medical authority. This time, she looked at Li Changxing's eyes, which were already full of shock. Chapter 206. After the woman in the cheongsam recognized Zhao Ming's identity, her attitude became more respectful. She was full of curiosity toward Li Changxing, a young man with an ordinary appearance who was highly regarded by Zhao Ming. She quietly sized up Li Changxing. As Li Changxing's subordinate, Peng Tiexin didn't hide this time. Instead, He stood behind Li Changxing, adding a bit of momentum to Li Changxing. If it weren't for Peng Tiexin's thin appearance, the effect would have been several times stronger. After more than 10 minutes of communication, Li Changxing's tone was easygoing. Zhao Ming finally relaxed and handed Li Changxing a cigarette. After lighting it for him, he crossed his legs and casually asked, "Changxing, what's the relationship between you and Qinhuan? That girl is quite beautiful. Do you like her?" With Zhao Ming's current identity, he naturally didn't have the qualifications to know about Su Xiaolin's existence. He had only heard that someone had greeted his client, the chairman of the Wanxin Group, Dong Xian, and Dong Xian had asked him to come to Qinzhou to treat Qin Wan's illness. According to his own guess, the person who could talk to Dong Xian was naturally not of a low level. Later, under his curious questioning, Dong Xian revealed a bit of information, saying that there was a young man in Qinzhou who passed a message to him through someone else. He became more and more curious, so before leaving Qinzhou, he asked Dong Xian several times to see Li Changxing. Dong Xian's brain tumor hadn't been completely healed yet, so he still counted on Zhao Ming to treat him. Therefore, he asked Su Xiaolin if he could let Li Changxing and Zhao Ming meet, which led to this meeting. "Just an ordinary friend." Li Changxing smiled. Zhao Ming's face was a little surprised. He thought that Li Changxing wasn't telling the truth. After all, how could an ordinary friend be worth Li Changxing's great efforts? In his opinion, Li Changxing must have paid a certain price to be able to invite the chairman of Wanxin Group from Beijing. After sitting for a while, the two chatted about some irrelevant topic. Then, Li Changxing got up and left. Zhao Ming sent Li Changxing to the staircase and returned. Going down the stairs, he saw that Zhao Ming had already walked back to the tea room. Peng Tiexin could not help but feel a little indignant. "Sir, I think you're giving Zhao Ming too much face." "What do you mean?" Li Changxing asked as he played with his phone. "You've already given him a lot of face by agreeing to meet him. But he didn't even call you sir, and directly called you by your name. And you saw it just now. When you went down the stairs, he actually walked you to the stairs and didn't even go downstairs. That's a bit too much." "I'm fine." Li Changxing did not mind. Peng Tiexin hesitated for a moment before saying, "Sir, there are some people who think that you're easy to bully once you act friendly. This Dr. Zhao, even if he doesn't know your real identity, he can still guess some clues. When he first came in, he was very respectful to you, but after that, he became much more indifferent. He helped me. I don't care about this small matter. He's just an expert. I won't have any contact with him in the future. There's no need to care about this matter," Li Changxing said with a smile. Indeed, for ordinary people, doctors may be used several times in their life. But Li Changxing is an immortal cultivator. Immortal cultivators will not get sick easily. If they get sick, it's not something that doctors can cure. "Yes, sir. I'm just a little bit angry for you. But now I've thought it through. He's just like an ant. How can he shake your state of mind?" "Ha. I like your analogy." Li Changxing patted Peng Tiexin's shoulder, which made Peng Tiexin somewhat flattered. Just walking out of the tea house, Li Changxing saw a familiar figure. It turned out to be Chen Zhiqing, Chen Wan's father. After Chen Zhiqing saw Li Changxing, his face was a little surprised. "Why are you here?" "I'm here to meet a friend," Li Changxing said lightly. He didn't have a bad impression of Chen Zhiqing, but he didn't have a good impression of him either. Although the other party's way of dealing with people could be considered smooth, and his appearance was very amiable, in fact, Li Changxing could tell at a glance that he was very snobbish in his bones. Chen Zhiqing was also a businessman. Businessmen focused on profit. Li Changxing had never been willing to have too much contact with him. Li Changxing just brushed past Chen Zhiqing. Chen Zhiqing was a little surprised. At the same time, he shook his head and muttered, "A poor guy is quite arrogant. He probably hates that I didn't treat him to a meal. I thought he was a big shot because he knew the eldest daughter of the Chu family. I don't know what kind of luck he has to know the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Such a person is worthless. Chen Ziqing was thinking about something in his mind. Soon, he came to the private room on the second floor. The moment he entered the room, he squeezed out an extremely amiable smile. Dr. Zhao, I'm here. I heard that your flight is at 12 o'clock tonight. I've already prepared everything for you. There's also a paper bag of local specialties in your suitcase. Remember to taste it. Okay. Zhao Ming laughed heartily. Because it was the rich man who paid for him to come to Qingzhou to treat Chen, he naturally couldn't charge for the treatment. But Chen Ziqing was a smart person. He had already prepared that. He naturally knew what was in the paper bag that Chen Ziqing was talking about. It seems that Dr. Zhao was drinking tea with a friend just now. Chen Ziqing said with a smile, but he was puzzled. He clearly remembered that Zhao Ming said that this was the first time he came to Qingzhou. How could he have a friend here? It's a young man. Zhao Ming smiled. Oh, right. Haven't you been asking who helped you to persuade President Dong to let me come to Qingzhou? I'll tell you secretly. It's the young man who just drank tea with me. He said that he's a friend of your daughter. I think he might be interested in your daughter. The person who interceded for me? Chen Ziqing's face was a little stunned. Wasn't it Shang Jianping who interceded for him? When he called Shang Jianping today to thank him, Shang Jianping also said that he did ask his father to ask a friend in Beijing. When he left just now, Shang Jianping was still eating in the restaurant. How could he come to drink tea with Zhao Ming at the same time? Isn't it Shang Jianping? Then who is it? Qin Wan's friend? Suddenly a figure jumped into his mind. Li Chongqing. Is it him? Is the one who drank tea with you the young man who isn't tall, wears very ordinary clothes, and has a very ordinary appearance? Yes. Zhao Ming nodded. Now you should know who it is. I know. Chen Ziqing took a deep breath. He remembered that he actually regarded Shang Jianping as the benefactor who saved his daughter in the restaurant and ignored the real benefactor. His heart was suddenly filled with regret. Chapter 207. Chen Ziqing calmed down and asked, Dr. Zhao, you just said that Li Chongqing is willing to help Chen Wan because he likes her, right? He looked at Zhao Ming and thought for a while. The Chen family's small business wasn't considered rich. Since Li Chongqing was acquainted with the big shots in the capital, it meant that his background wasn't ordinary. Although his looks were ordinary, if Chen Wan could marry him, he would be a good match. Yes. Zhao Ming nodded. Everyone loves beauty. Your daughter is so beautiful. Isn't it normal for Li Chongqing to like her? Then I don't know what power Li Chongqing has to make that person in Beijing agree? Chen Ziqing stared at Zhao Ming's face and asked. This was the question he really cared about. How much power did Li Chongqing have? What was his real identity? He wanted to find a rich husband for his daughter. At least, he could not be inferior to the rich second generation like Jiang Tao and Shang Jianping. Moreover, Li Chongqing helped without leaving his name. He was low-key and quietly used so much power. In an instant, Li Chongqing's image in his heart kept rising. This, Zhao Ming hesitated. In fact, he was not clear about Li Chongqing's power, but the power he could use was definitely not low. However, thinking that Li Chongqing was so low-key and unwilling to reveal his identity, if he leaked it, it would inevitably offend people. Thinking of this, Zhao Ming smiled and said, In fact, it's nothing. The reason why President Dong is willing to let me come to Qingzhou to treat your daughter is actually my own idea. I and Chongqing have known each other for a long time. When I was in college, Chongqing's parents helped me. I owe him a favor. When Zhao Ming said this, the excitement on Chen Ziqing's face suddenly seemed to be poured with cold water. This was a little different from his imagination and expectations. Seeing Chen Ziqing's appearance, Zhao Ming realized something. However, since he had said it, it was not good to change it. He added, "In fact, Chongqing still has potential. If you marry your daughter to him, it will not be wrong." Haha. Chen Ziqing forced a smile. He really couldn't see any potential in Li Chongqing. Perhaps Miss Chu and Zhao Ming, who he knew, could help him. However, he really couldn't see any potential in Li Chongqing, so he couldn't help but feel disappointed. When Li Chongqing returned to the dormitory, Jiang Tao and the others had already returned. They were excitedly discussing what happened at the restaurant today. When they saw Li Chongqing come in, they immediately surrounded him and chattered. They were all excited. "Chongqing, you've shown your face for us today. Didn't you see how those guys' faces were as black as charcoal?" Jiang Tao patted Li Chongqing's shoulder and laughed. "That's right, Chongqing. I didn't expect you to be so secretive. Last time when we said that we were going to attend Wu Xiaowan's class, you pretended to be indifferent. I didn't expect you to be hiding something behind the scenes. You've already won Wu Xiaowan's heart. Tell us, how far have you progressed?" Zhang Xiaofeng asked. Thinking about the dance between Li Chongqing and Wu Xiaowan in class last time, he felt that the relationship between Li Chongqing and Wu Xiaowan was not ordinary. Yang Fan also showed a curious expression. Li Chongqing shrugged. "No, we're just ordinary friends." Tisk. Jiang Tao and the other two curled their lips almost at the same time. In the next few days, Li Chongqing's life returned to normal. The fighting team was about to participate in the fighting competition. In these few days, Li Chongqing often appeared in the fighting room to teach them some killing move. Although their strength was enough to get a good ranking in the competition, there was no harm in teaching them more skills to increase their protection. On this day, Li Chongqing just woke up in the morning. When he walked out of the dormitory building, he saw Chen Ziqing looking around under a white poplar tree. Seeing Li Chongqing come out, he hurried over. "Chongqing, you finally came out. Uncle has been waiting for you here for almost half an hour. What's the matter?" Li Chongqing asked faintly. "Chongqing, why are you so distant with Uncle?" Chen Ziqing laughed and patted Li Chongqing's shoulder. Li Chongqing could not help but frown. He was not used to the other party's intimate actions. "Chongqing, I already know that you helped Chen. Thank you for saving my Xiaowan's life." Chen Ziqing sincerely bowed to Li Chongqing, attracting a lot of attention from the surrounding students. "It's nothing. After all, Chen and I know each other," Li Chongqing said faintly. "I still have some things to do. Let's talk another day." After saying that, he was about to leave. "Wait a minute, what's the rush?" Chen Ziqing pulled Li Chongqing and then said with a smile, "Wan Er's condition is almost recovered. She can be discharged in half a month. That day is Wan Er's birthday. I hope you can come and visit. This is also Wan Er's wish." "Does Chen already know that I helped her?" Li Chongqing scolded in his heart. This Dr. Zhao is not tight-lipped at all. But he didn't care. Whether she knew or not was just a change in her attitude. "Yes, I didn't expect you to know Dr. Zhao before. That day in the hospital, you didn't say that your family sponsored Dr. Zhao when he was the poorest in college. This is very noble," Chen Ziqing said to himself. Li Chongqing, on the other hand, was confused. He thought to himself, what is he talking about? It seemed that Dr. Zhao had helped him hide something. "All right, I'll be there." After saying that, Li Chongqing turned and walked to the side of the road. Chen Ziqing looked at Li Chongqing's departing figure and couldn't help but stomp his foot and say to himself, "Really, why did I talk so much nonsense? I forgot about the important matter." He knew that Li Chongqing and Chu Meng knew each other, so he wanted to ask Li Chongqing to invite Chu Meng as well. He could use this opportunity to establish a relationship with the Chu family. This way, he could not only thank Li Chongqing for saving his life, but also get to know people from the Chu family. It was killing two birds with one stone. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, Li Chongqing left. Forget it. Wan Er doesn't know Chu Meng. Even if Li Chongqing invites her, she might not necessarily come. Since Li Chongqing likes Wan Er, why not let Wan Er find a way to get to know Chu Meng through Li Chongqing? This can be considered as making the most of his value. As for the matter of him liking my daughter, Chen Ziqing shook his head. If he was a rich second generation like Jiang Tao and Shang Jianping, even if he wasn't as good as them, I could still consider him. Unfortunately, according to the information I gathered, his parents are both dead, and he came from a village. In order to study, he went out to work. This kind of condition is really not good enough for my daughter. Chapter 208. The days always passed quietly, and life was still uneventful. The effects of his last trip to Medicine King's Valley were finally beginning to show. Many merchants were sending medicinal herbs to Li Chongqing. Because he had already gathered all the types of medicinal herbs, Li Chongqing was preparing to start refining again soon. This time, as long as the number of pills was enough, it should be able to make his cultivation breakthrough again. However, the yuan in his hand was also decreasing day by day. 100 billion was definitely an astronomical number for many people, but now it was constantly decreasing like flowing water. Seeing that it had become an 8-digit number, Li Chongqing also had a trace of anxiety in his heart. It seems that I really need to find some source of money. He thought so in his heart, but he had no clue for a while. After all, he had lived for countless years and had never worried about making money. These days, Wu Shaowan often came to Li Chongqing. If it was not to invite him to a meal, it was to ask him to go to a movie. She wanted to make full use of the advantage of a woman chasing a man. However, Li Chongqing was somewhat unromantic. On the other hand, Yu Yue rarely came out because she had to prepare for the college entrance examination. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Today was the day Chen Wan was discharged from the hospital. It was also Chen Wan's birthday. Because he was invited by Chen Wan's father, Chen Ziqing, Li Chongqing arrived at the Hemingshuan restaurant that had already been booked at noon. As soon as he walked into the hall, he met the people he least wanted to meet, Shang Jianping and Zhang Mengmeng. The moment Shang Jianping saw Li Chongqing, his face showed a bit of unhappiness. Li Chongqing did not want to pay attention to him and wanted to walk away directly from him. However, he saw Shang Jianping stop Li Chongqing first. I say, Li Chongqing, you didn't succeed in getting a free meal last time. Why are you here again this time? Li Chongqing had to stop. I said that I was accompanying a friend to eat last time. Are you blind? Why are you saying that I'm trying to get a free meal? He was very unhappy with Shang Jianping's repeated provocations. As Li Chongqing's voice fell, Shang Jianping's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Even if you weren't here to freeload last time, what are you here for this time? I was invited by Chen Wan's father, Chen Ziqing. If you have any questions, you can ask him. Li Chongqing said coldly. He did not want to be entangled with him. At this time, Jiang Tao and the others walked over. Shang Jianping, are you done yet? Chongqing was invited, not here to freeload. I know, but so what? I don't like him. Do you think he can enter the banquet hall to eat? Shang Jianping sneered. This is to celebrate Chen Wan's discharge from the hospital. It's Chen Wan's birthday party. Jiang Tao said in a deep voice. Whether you like it or not, what can you do? Jiang Tao's remaining good impression of Shang Jianping was completely destroyed. Although Zhang Xiaofeng and Yang Fan didn't dare to offend Shang Jianping too much, they were obviously on Jiang Tao's side. Why aren't you going in since you're here? Then, he heard a deep voice. Chen Ziqing came over. Uncle Chen, Chongqing was invited by you to Chen Wan's birthday party, but Shang Jianping stopped him from going in. What? Chen Zicheng looked at Shang Jianping in confusion. Shang Jianping said coldly, Uncle Chen, I said last time that I don't like to see him. If you invite him to Chen Wan's birthday party, then I'll leave. Then he pretended to leave. What are you doing? Jianping, you and Chongqing are Wan Er's good friends, and you know each other before. Why are you so against each other? Shang Jianping didn't intend to leave. He just threatened Chen Zicheng to make a choice. Hearing Chen Zicheng's words, his footsteps stopped and he said, Uncle Chen, this Li Chongqing is a poor boy, and he has a bad heart. I hate him. If you insist on letting him attend Chen Wan's birthday party, then I'm sorry, please forgive my rudeness, but I must leave. At this time, there were a lot of people around. When they asked the people around them about the ins and outs of the matter, they all looked at Li Chongqing with pity, thinking that Chen Wan was indebted to him. Everyone knew what Chen Zicheng would choose. This, Chen Zicheng's face showed a difficult expression. Just when everyone thought that Li Chongqing was going to be driven out, they heard Chen Zicheng finally say, Jianping, if you insist on leaving, Uncle won't force you. Not only Shang Jianping, but everyone present was dumbfounded. What's going on? Zhang Mingming's eyes widened. After a while, she reacted and said, Uncle Chen, how can you do this? The reason why Wan Er can be saved is all because of my Jianping. Aren't you burning the bridge after crossing the river? Shang Jianping's face also showed anger. Uncle Chen, this is what you said. Without me, your daughter is very likely to be dead in the hospital now. Hearing the words of the two, Chen Zicheng's face also became cold. Shang Jianping, I see that you are Wan Er's friend, so there are some things that I won't expose you, but you are really too much. The reason why Wan Er's operation this time was able to invite Dr. Zhao from Beijing, it was Li Chongqing who really helped Wan Er. This is what Dr. Zhao told me personally. What? Shang Jianping was stunned. Zhang Mengmeng next to him was also dumbfounded. Impossible. My dad clearly told me that he helped to ask the connections in Beijing. As he spoke, he took out his phone. Hello, Dad. Last time I told you that my classmate Chen Wan invited a Beijing expert. Before he finished speaking, Shang Jianping's words were interrupted by the voice on the other end. That friend of yours, Dad was so busy that I forgot about it. By the way, who did she invite? Dad is calling you now to see if I can talk to you. You also know that although your dad has some connections in Beijing, our family's company is too small, and there are only a few real big shots that we can get in touch with. While the other side was still talking on the phone, Shang Jianping had already put down his hand. He was in a daze, and the expression on his face was extremely ugly. It really wasn't me who helped her. Next to him, Zhang Mengmeng, who was originally indignant, was now flushed. In front of so many people, it was simply too embarrassing. At this time, Shang Jianping raised his head and looked at Li Chongqing with resentment, then turned around and walked out of the door as if he had lost his soul. Uncle Chen, I'm really sorry. Zhang Mengmeng forced a smile at Chen Zicheng, then chased after him. It was not until the two disappeared at the door that there was an uproar in the room. Jiang Tao and the other two looked at Li Chongqing in disbelief. No one would have thought that the one who really helped Chen Wan was Li Chongqing. Chapter 209. The news that Li Chongqing had helped Chen Wan quickly spread among the students in the banquet hall. Jiang Tao and the other two surrounded Li Chongqing and kept inquiring. Chongqing, I didn't expect you to be so secretive. You even have connections in Beijing. Yeah, you can't be a low-key rich second generation, right? Chongqing, I want to hug your thigh. Jiang Tao said with an exaggerated expression. No, you misunderstood. It's just that I and Dr. Zhao have known each other for a long time. When Dr. Zhao was at his most difficult time in college, my father sponsored him. That's why he was willing to operate on Chen Wan. Li Chongqing once again used Zhao Ming's words to fool Chen Zicheng. Needless to say, it was quite effective. When he said this, Jiang Tao and the others immediately believed him. At this time, Chen Wan, whose complexion was quite rosy, walked toward Li Chongqing. Chen Wan was wearing a blue checkered miniskirt today. Because she had brain surgery, she wore a white cap on her head and flats on her feet. Her perfect and beautiful face, as well as her watery eyes that seemed to be able to speak, made her stand out no matter where she stood. Chen Wan noticed Li Chongqing's gaze and her cheeks were slightly red. She walked gracefully to Li Chongqing and said, "Chongqing, I really didn't expect that it was you who helped me. I just got out of the hospital and can't drink, so I'll use tea instead of wine to toast you." As she spoke, she picked up the teacup. Li Chongqing poured himself a glass of beer and gently clinked it with her. "You don't have to be so polite. We've known each other for a while. It's just a small matter." Li Chongqing was telling the truth. For others, it would take a lot of energy to ask Zhao Ming to treat Chen Wan. But for Li Chongqing, it was just a matter of a few words. Of course, others wouldn't believe him and would think that he was being modest. "You saved her life with just a lift of your hand." Chen Wan smiled faintly. It was undeniable that she was a very beautiful girl. Especially at this moment, her smile was really charming. It's said that a life-saving grace should be repaid with a spring. "Chen Wan, shouldn't you repay our Chongqing with your body?" Jiang Tao joked. Chen Wan thought of the rumor that her father had told her that Li Chongqing might have helped her because he liked her, and her cheeks couldn't help but blush slightly. Haoting said to Suing, "I heard from Uncle Chen that Li Chongqing might have a crush on Chen Wan." "Really? Doesn't Li Chongqing have a girlfriend?" "His girlfriend might have already broken up with him." "Yeah, even though he doesn't get along with Chen Wan usually, it might be another way for him to express his love." "You said that Li Chongqing has a crush on Chen Wan." Such a topic was stirred up and quickly spread among the crowd. Someone shouted, "Let's go together." As a result, the entire room rang out in unison. Together. 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 Chen Wan's face became redder and redder. "Do you really like me?" Chen Wan naturally heard the whole story from her father. She thought of Li Chongqing's heroic performance in several fights. If it weren't for his ordinary appearance and family background, he would indeed be a good match. Especially this time, he saved her life, which made her slightly moved in her heart. However, life had always been very realistic. He could fight, was responsible, was brave, and was willing to contribute silently. Once these excellent qualities were linked with family background, appearance, and reality, they became accessories. After all, Li Chongqing and she were not people from the same world. He was not the Prince Charming she was looking for, and he couldn't give her the princess-like life she wanted. "Sorry, it's impossible for us. You are a good person. Let's be friends." Chen Wan smiled at Li Chongqing, and then turned to the other side. There were some relatives of her family, who also came to celebrate her discharge from the hospital. The voices in the room stopped abruptly. Many people felt a little regretful. At the same time, many boys felt lucky that the goddess of their dreams didn't fall into their family. Li Chongqing's face showed a little helplessness. He thought to himself that he didn't have any intention to be with Chen Wan at all. Inexplicably, he was given a good person card. "Chongqing, don't be depressed. Isn't it just a rejection? Who hasn't been rejected several times?" Jiang Tao came up and patted Li Chongqing's shoulder to comfort him. "Yes, Chongqing, I didn't expect you to like Chen Wan. But love can't be forced." Yang Fan also said so. In fact, he also had some feelings for Chen Wan, but later he understood that with his family background, he was not worthy of Chen Wan. He even sympathized with Li Chongqing. In the following banquet, Chen Wan didn't come to toast Li Chongqing again. Chen Zicheng came to express his gratitude several times, and many eyes fell on Li Chongqing. They pointed at him and said that he was Chen Wan's savior, and he liked Chen Wan. Unfortunately, his family background was too poor, and his appearance was not good enough for Chen Wan. Thus, Li Chongqing spent the whole birthday banquet in various discussions. Of course, in the eyes of many people, he was embarrassed and also a failure. Jiang Tao and the other two comforted him several times, and one could see the inner thoughts of everyone. However, Li Chongqing himself didn't have any ripples in his heart. Looking at Li Chongqing's departure, Chen Wan finally sighed faintly. This time, Li Chongqing helped her, and it was impossible for her not to be moved. She also didn't want to embarrass Li Chongqing in front of everyone, but that was the only thing she could do at that time. "Why do you look so sad?" Chen Ziqing came over and patted Chen Wan's shoulder. "Dad, don't you think I was too heartless just now in front of so many people?" Chen Ziqing shook his head. "No, you did the right thing. It is undeniable that he helped you. He is a very good boy, but the gap between you and him is too big. With your appearance, he is not good enough for you. If you feel guilty, then Dad will send him a sum of money another day. Isn't he short of money? I believe it is enough to repay his kindness this time." "Okay." Chen Wan nodded and then smiled. "Wan do you see that boy over there? Young Master Xiong, his family is in the real estate business. He is good-looking, right? He was originally interested in you, but because of the quarrel between you and Li Chongqing today, his mood seems to be a bit down. His family is a great help to Dad's business. Whether you like him or not, you must not offend him." Hearing Chen Ziqing's words, Chen Wan nodded. "Don't worry, Dad. Leave it to me." After saying that, she walked directly to the table, and her face regained her confident look. Chapter 210. Li Chongqing didn't expect that the incident at Chen Wan's birthday party would spread at such a terrifying speed in his circle of acquaintances and strangers. So much so that when he got up in the morning, opened the door and walked out of the dormitory, two boys were pointing at him. He could vaguely hear, "That's Li Chongqing, the one who confessed at the birthday party but was rejected." Li Chongqing couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. This was probably the meaning of the saying, "Good things don't go out, but bad things spread for thousands of miles." But regarding Chen Wan, apart from the pure appreciation of her beautiful face, Li Chongqing really didn't have any other feelings. On the steps of the sports field, Li Chongqing sat down after finishing his run. Jiang Tao and Zhang Xiaofeng came over. Jiang Tao handed Li Chongqing a cup of cola, and then the two sat down beside Li Chongqing. Today, Yang Fan had a basketball game. Although it hadn't started yet, there were already many people around. Chen Wan and Su Ying were also nearby. Yang Fan was a good basketball player, so he specially invited several people to watch the game. "Old 3, tell us, when did you start to like Chen Wan?" Zhang Xiaofeng pushed his thick glasses. His heart of gossip was burning. Jiang Tao also showed a bit of curiosity. This made Li Chongqing quite speechless. "I told you yesterday that I don't like Chen Wan. You all misunderstood." "Tsk." Jiang Tao rolled his eyes, apparently not believing it. Hao Ting and the other two girls were also whispering. Li Chongqing looked up and happened to see Chen Wan looking at him. Their eyes collided in the air. Chen Wan smiled at Li Chongqing and quickly turned her head to the side. Regarding yesterday's matter, Chen Wan was apologetic, but Li Chongqing didn't think much of it. The game finally started, and Zhang Xiaofeng played particularly hard. He began to shoot from afar, scoring 3 points for his team, which caused a burst of cheers. "Let's go, Chongqing. Chen Wan said that she's going to treat us to dinner today. Although it's a bit embarrassing that your confession was rejected, you can still be friends even if you can't be lovers." Jiang Tao patted Li Chongqing's shoulder, and the two of them walked towards Chen Wan. Li Chongqing smiled. After several futile attempts to explain himself, he was too lazy to do so. Walking over, Chen Wan didn't deliberately keep a distance from Li Changxing because of yesterday's incident. Instead, she acted like a very good friend, chatting and laughing, and there was nothing unusual about it. After watching the basketball game, Zhang Xiaofeng originally wanted to treat them to a meal, but Chen Wan insisted, so Zhang Xiaofeng did not insist. They went to a restaurant near the school. When they were about to leave after eating, they saw Chen Wan's father, Chen Ziqing, at the door. "Hello, Uncle Chen." Yang Fan and the others took the initiative to greet Chen Ziqing. Chen Ziqing smiled at them and then said to Li Changxing, "Changxing has something to tell you. Can you come with me alone?" "All right." Li Changxing nodded. He knew that this was probably the reason why Chen Wan insisted on treating him to a meal today. She had come prepared. So the two of them went to a remote corner. Chen Ziqing took out a stack of money from his bag and handed it to Li Changxing. "This is 20,000 yuan. Consider it as a reward for your help to Wan this time." Chen Ziqing was very direct. "No need." Li Changxing shook his head. Unexpectedly, Chen Ziqing's face became serious. "What? If you don't accept the money, it means that you look down on your Uncle Chen." "All right." Li Changxing nodded and finally accepted the 20,000 yuan. The 20,000 yuan was not much use for Li Changxing, but he knew that only by accepting the money would Chen Ziqing feel at ease. Otherwise, Chen Ziqing would think that he was plotting something bigger, such as pursuing Chen Wan. Seeing Li Changxing accept the money, Chen Ziqing's face showed a smile and patted Li Changxing's shoulder. "You and Wan are friends. Take care of her in the future. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first." With that, he walked out of the corner with Li Changxing and said to Chen Wan, "Wan, let's go home with Dad." Chen Wan nodded and got into the Mercedes-Benz. Li Changxing and Chen Wan took a taxi back to school. When the taxi was far away, the lights of the Mercedes-Benz turned on. "He accepted the 20,000 yuan?" Chen Wan looked at her father. "Yes, 20,000 yuan may be nothing to our family, but he is willing to work part-time in a bar for 100 yuan a day. The 20,000 yuan is enough for his tuition for a semester. This is the difference between the rich and the poor. It is also the reason why Dad has always taught you that you must find a rich and powerful man as your boyfriend. At least you won't have to worry about daily necessities." "I understand." Chen Wan smiled and looked at the taxi disappearing at the end of the street. There was some disappointment in her eyes. No matter how proud you are on the outside, you still can't change the fact that you are poor. She let out a long sigh. At this moment, she seemed to understand a lot. Unknowingly, it was late autumn. The yellow leaves were withered and the trees were rustling. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Li Changxing got up from the bed. The sky outside was still a little blue. After washing up, he ran a few laps on the playground and was about to leave school to return to the villa. Recently, he had collected almost all the medicinal materials. He was about to open the furnace and refine another batch of elixirs. Last time, after he told Su Xiaolin about his idea of starting a company to make money, Su Xiaolin directly transferred a company under his name to Li Changxing's name. Su Xiaolin also allocated a pile of project resources and capable people under his name to that company. In less than a month, that company had successively undertaken more than 10 big projects and became a rising star in the Northwest. Many people in the industry were inquiring about the background of this company. They only knew that this company was strongly supported by Su Xiaolin, but the real boss had never shown up. Li Changxing didn't refuse Su Xiaolin's behavior. First of all, he really needed money now. Second, even if he refused, Su Xiaolin would probably find other ways to repay him. However, this also solved Li Changxing's financial problem. After deducting the expenses of buying medicinal materials, the money in his bank card was still rising. At this time, the phone rang. It was a pleasant female voice. It was Nangong Jingmeng. Chongqing, there's an auction at Qingzhou Hongguang building today. There are antiques and the like. I heard that there's a 10,000-year-old ginseng. Are you interested? Do you want to go together? 10,000-year-old ginseng? When Li Chongqing heard this, his interest was immediately piqued. It was not an exaggeration to call a ginseng king over 10,000-year-old ginseng. The other party must be bragging. But even if it's 10 times exaggerated, the quality of the ginseng is probably not bad. Okay, where are you? I'll come over to find you, Li Chongqing said. I'm at the entrance of your school. Come out quickly. Then she hung up the phone. Li Chongqing smiled helplessly. This Nangong Jingmeng had predicted that he would go. Otherwise, she wouldn't have waited at the entrance of the school. This girl is really smart. Li Chongqing sighed. However, he didn't feel disgusted at all. Nangong Jingming's intelligence lay in her understanding, not her scheming. Chapter 211. Nangong Jingming drove Li Chongqing to the bottom of a building. There were still 2 hours before the auction. Just as the car stopped, Nangong Jingming received a call saying that he had something to do and had to leave first. He asked Li Chongqing to wait downstairs. Lu Xiong would also come later. He was very sorry about this. Li Chongqing smiled and said, "It's okay. Do your thing first." After Nangong Jingming left, Li Chongqing squatted in the shade of a tree and lit a cigarette. He looked very much like a worker from the countryside. It was a scene that did not fit in with the steel forest of the city. Li Chongqing was originally a dragon that soared in the sky. However, after countless years of cultivation, it was very likely that this was the last time. He was waiting for the final nirvana in Qingzhou. He hoped to break through and become a butterfly. At the same time, he cherished the time in this life even more. That was why he was willing to live the life of an ordinary person. In addition to cultivation, he went to university and experienced the life of an ordinary person. In fact, Li Chongqing knew that it would not be long before he would soar in the sky and look down on this ordinary life. It was like a human looking at ants. But before that, he tried his best to integrate himself into the role. He experienced the ordinary life of a student and lived an interesting life. A few Mercedes-Benz and BMW cars passed by him and stopped in the parking lot. In the parking lot in front of the building, the luxury car brands in the eyes of these ordinary people were as numerous as the stars in the night sky. It was not surprising. A few young men and women in their 20s walked out of the car. They were dressed very fashionably. 2 of the girls looked very outstanding. When they got out of the car, they were attracted by the back of Li Chongqing, who was squatting by the side of the road. Li Chongqing did not look like a rich young master who came to participate in the auction, nor did he look like a security guard in the parking lot. He was squatting by the side of a luxury car and smoking silently in the midst of the noise. This scene was a little strange. He's just a migrant worker. He just came here to smoke. The security guard didn't say anything. A young man said casually, "But the way he squatted there and smoked gives a sense of vicissitude. It's a pity that he's a little young. If he was a man in his 40s or 50s with a face full of vicissitudes, he might be able to capture this moment with a camera and win a photography award or something. That makes sense. Why don't I change out of this custom-made high-end suit from France one day and buy a cheap one from a street stall and squat here too? Maybe I can attract a few beauties to hit on me in a unique way." The other man chuckled. "Yunju has always claimed to is? How about we make a bet? If he gives you his WeChat VIP card, I'll give you my VIP card for a month. If you can't get his WeChat, give me the sets AU. Of that, The round-faced girl among the 2 beautiful girls suddenly said with a smile. The other girl, Yunju, who was thinner, smiled and said, "Zhou Tong, it turns out that you're coveting my cosmetics. But I'll bet with you. With my charm, getting his WeChat ID is a piece of cake. You just need to get your beauty card ready. Hearing the bet between the two beauties, the people around them immediately kicked up a fuss. In their opinion, they were just looking for some fun because life was too boring. The girl named Shin Yunju had a slim figure. She seemed to be born with a delicate and pitiful aura, especially her innocent and messy cheeks. Few men could resist her. She was wearing a plain dress with a slim silver necklace around her neck. Her long black hair draped over her shoulders. It was easy to think of the feeling of first love. The girl walked to Li Chongqing with graceful step. She bent down slightly and tidied up her scattered hair. After organizing her words, she asked, "Hello, are you waiting for someone?" Her skin was fair and her cheeks were so tender that it seemed like water could be pinched out. Her nose was small and delicate, and her lips were smeared with light lipstick. The moment she bent down, Li Chongqing could even smell the faint fragrance on her body. It was not the pungent smell of thick foundation and perfume. It was a very natural and clean smell. Yes. Li Chongqing nodded. He had no ill feelings toward this kind of beautiful girl. In a strange place, a girl suddenly came to strike up a conversation with you. Moreover, the other party was the youthful and lovely type. This seemed to be a scene that many people would only dream of. Now that it was happening in front of them, if it were someone else, their heart would have been thumping with excitement. If they were a little shy, they would not even dare to look at the girl. However, Li Chongqing only took a puff of the cigarette. Then, he put out the cigarette butt and threw it at his feet. He raised his head and asked with a smile, "What's the matter?" "Here's the thing. When I first saw you, I felt a sense of familiarity. I wonder if we can add each other on WeChat. Maybe we were lovers in our previous lives?" Shin Yunju said. She believed that no boy could refuse her request, which was not too much. Unexpectedly, Li Chongqing shook his head gently. "We couldn't have been lovers in our previous lives. You are not like her." After saying that, he stood up and patted the cigarette ash that had fallen on his clothes. After waiting for so long, Lu Xiong still had not come. Coincidentally, he had not eaten breakfast, so he decided to go to the nourishing porridge in front to have a bite. Shin Yunju was stunned. She did not expect to be rejected. Moreover, the reason was somewhat inexplicable. However, she still showed a polite smile. "You are very humorous. I just want to be friends with you." Shin Yunju was somewhat unwilling. Not only did she win the bet, but more importantly, Li Chongqing rejected her. She began to doubt her charm. Li Chongqing looked in the direction behind Shin Yunju and saw many men and women looking over there. He could roughly guess what was going on. He shook his head and patted his pocket. "I left my phone in my friend's car. I don't remember my WeChat number, so I'm very sorry." The expression on Shin Yunju's face was slightly unnatural. The reason for his rejection was a blow to her. Was he so unwilling to give her his WeChat number? He even said that he forgot his phone and WeChat number. How could it be so coincidental? Wasn't a WeChat number the same as a phone number? She did not believe that someone did not even know her phone number. Therefore, there was a hint of anger in her eyes. At this moment, Li Chongqing had turned around and walked across the road. He did not lie. He really did not remember her phone number. However, he did not know that his behavior had caused a commotion on the other side. Chapter 212. F***CK. This guy is the current Lu Shihui. Shin Yunju is such a beauty, but she failed to get his WeChat number. A boy in the distance exclaimed, as if he had discovered a new continent. Zhou Tong, who had only taken this as a hobby, did not expect to win the bet. His face was full of astonishment. At this time, Shin Yunju had already walked over. She pouted and looked a little indignant. "That guy is simply a block of wood. I said that we might have been lovers in our previous life. Do you know what he said? He actually said that I don't look like her. It's the first time I've seen someone with such a strange brain circuit. Shin Yunju felt indignant for herself. In her opinion, with her appearance, she was like a fairy descending to the mortal world. She was like an angel, but she was rejected. This was a big blow to Shin Yunju, who had always been sought after and was as proud as a peacock. That's enough, Yunju. There's no need to be so upset. Isn't it just a set of cosmetics? There are many blind people in this world. Let me tell you, I also met a weirdo last time. Zhou Tong quickly changed the topic. Li Changxing went to the restaurant to have breakfast. When he came out, Lu Xiong happened to drive over. After getting out of the car, Lu Xiong apologized repeatedly. Mr. Li, I'm sorry. I accidentally collided with another car on the way and was delayed for a while. It's okay. Li Changxing smiled. Sir, this is your phone. I left it in the car of the awakening dream. I happened to meet her halfway. She asked me to bring it to you. Lu Xiong took out the phone from his bag and handed it to Li Changxing. After Lu Xiong parked the car, the two of them walked into the auction house together. The auction had not officially started yet. There were still many big shots who had not arrived. However, there were many people who had arrived early. At a glance, there were about 100 or 200 people. The people who had arrived first sat together in twos and threes and chatted. When Li Changxing and Lu Xiong walked in, they happened to see a few young men and women sitting on the sofa near the wall. It was Shin Yunju, who had hit on him previously, and her friends. They were obviously surprised that Li Changxing could walk into the auction house. Shin Yunju's face was filled with astonishment. Originally, they thought that Li Changxing was just a country bumpkin. They didn't expect him to have some background. Especially Lu Xiong, who was accompanying Li Changxing, had a strong aura. Whether it was his clothes or his words and actions, no one dared to underestimate him. This made Li Changxing, who was able to walk side by side with Lu Xiong, feel somewhat mysterious. Zhou Tong crawled to Shin Yunju's ear and whispered, "This guy rejected your flirting. Could it be that he thinks you're an outsider?" Indeed, there were many good-looking women who were willing to become the playthings of the rich in order to make more connections, or for money, or for work. They often appeared in high-end places and took the initiative to strike up a conversation. They were called business models, but they were just high-class prostitutes wearing a layer of clothing. Apparently, Shin Yunju also thought of this possibility. She stared at Li Changxing fiercely as if she wanted to swallow him alive. However, Li Changxing just glanced at her and then looked away, which made her feel sullen as if she had punched cotton. Several girls around them were already trembling with laughter. They were wearing skimpy clothes, so it was inevitable that they would be exposed. It was a feast for the eyes of the few men. "Those people seem to be talking about you," Lu Xiong said with a smile. "Have you met with them before?" "I happened to meet them in the parking lot. We can't be considered friends," Li Changxing said. "I see. There are two of my friends over there, but they are not very clean. Although they are well dressed now, they can't hide their Jianghu aura. Sir, if you don't like to get in touch with them, we won't go over." Since he knew Li Changxing's identity, Lu Xiong was very respectful to Li Changxing. "It's okay. Heroes are usually butchers. Jianghu people may be more straightforward." Hearing Li Changxing's words, Lu Xiong was relieved. He took Li Changxing to the front place and sat down. There were already two people talking. When they saw Lu Xiong coming, they hurriedly stood up and said, "President Lu." After greeting, Lu Xiong smiled and introduced them to Li Changxing. "This is President Gao, Gao Jianda, and this is President Yang, Yang Gang." After the introduction, Lu Xiong introduced Li Changxing to them. "This is Mr. Li. Hello, Brother Li." Gao Jianda and Yang Gang shook hands with Li Changxing. The first impression of Li Changxing was average, but since Lu Xiong introduced him to them solemnly, it made them have a bit of inquiry on their faces. After all, Lu Xiong's status was there. If they could get Lu Xiong's attention, they must have something extraordinary. Brother Li, what do you do? After several people sat down, Gao Jianda, who looked rough, began to talk to Li Chongqing. Those who could make a name for themselves in the Jianghu were not fools. Appearance was just their disguise. I'm just an ordinary student. Li Chongqing smiled. Seeing that Li Chongqing didn't want to reveal his identity, Lu Xiong naturally wouldn't be so stupid as to draw legs on a snake. However, the respect shown to Li Chongqing in his words still made the two people puzzled and curious. They sat together and talked about everything. Li Chongqing naturally couldn't get involved in business matters, so he just listened quietly. However, Lu Xiong still had a great reputation in Qingzhou. Sitting there, people came to greet him from time to time, including many influential figures in the business circle of Qingzhou. Xin Yunzhu and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes. Only half an hour had passed, but more than 20 people came to greet Lu Xiong and the other two people. Everyone had an extraordinary bearing and didn't look like a small figure. Isn't that President Jiang from Tongda? He monopolizes the taxi industry in Qingzhou. I heard that this person is very powerful. He even bowed to greet others. A boy exclaimed. They were able to attend this auction because their family background was not bad. However, the circle of the president of Tongda Taxi Company was much higher than the circle of their parents. Their parents had to bow their heads when they met the president of Tongda. However, Lu Xiong could make the other party bow and talk to him. He sat there from beginning to end and didn't even look at the other party. His level was probably at the level that they could only look up to. When they thought of the time when Li Chongqing and Lu Xiong came in, the two of them walked side by side and talked cheerfully and wittily. Their completely different attitudes showed how much importance Lu Xiong attached to him. So, what was the identity of this young man who they had regarded as a country bumpkin at first? What was his background? For a moment, the topic of discussion had shifted from eating, drinking, and playing to guessing and reasoning about Li Chongqing's identity. Li Chongqing, who was sitting there, didn't know that he had become the focus of a group of people's discussion. Chapter 213. Li Chongqing didn't know that Xin Yunzhu and the others were shocked. However, because Lu Xiong had repeatedly expressed his respect for Li Chongqing, Gao Jianda and Yang Gang didn't dare to look down on Li Chongqing. In the end, Gao Jianda held Li Chongqing's shoulder and called him brotherly. Those who didn't know would think that they were friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Through the chat, Li Chongqing found out that Gao Jianda was in the credit business. To put it bluntly, it was a loan shark. Brotherly, I can tell that you are a dragon among men at first glance. When you want to start your own business one day, just tell me. Just say the word, and I can lend you 1,000,000 or 800,000 yuan. Others take money from me at a high interest rate. Brother, you can just give me the interest rate of a normal bank. I believe that you will have no problem earning a few million yuan before you turn 30. Gao Jianda patted his chest and said, 1,000,000 or 800,000 yuan was nothing for people at his level. The reason why he made such a promise so easily was because he was giving face to Lu Xiong. Given Lu Xiong's attitude towards Li Chongqing, he was indirectly doing Lu Xiong a favor by making such a promise. Sure enough, Lu Xiong smiled slightly. Gao Jianda was relieved. Lu Xiong was doing him a favor. He was right. No matter what identity Li Chongqing had, he had a high position in Lu Xiong's heart. Hearing Gao Jianda's words, Li Chongqing's eyes lit up. He was thinking about something in his heart. Soon, they talked about the theme of the auction. I heard that many antiques from the pre-Qin period will be auctioned this time. However, the real finale is said to be a 10,000-year-old ginseng. The starting price is as high as 100 million yuan. This is not a small number. How can we verify that it is a 10,000-year-old ginseng? I think it is good that it is 2,000 years old. Several people were secretly speechless. Even with their wealth, they didn't dare to think about the 10,000-year-old ginseng king. The starting price was 100 million yuan. Who knew how much the final price would be? However, they didn't dare to have any ideas. Li Chongqing was here for the ginseng king. Now, he had more than 100 million yuan in his card, but it might not be enough for the auction later. So, he said, "Brother, you just said that you are in the finance company. It just so happens that I want to borrow some money from you to buy that 10,000-year-old ginseng." Immediately, the smile on Gao Jianda's face froze. Yang Gang, who was standing to the side, had a gloating expression on his face. He thought to himself, "Who told you to brag? You said you lent him money, but now you're dumbfounded." At the same time, he looked at Li Chongqing with a bit of disdain in his eyes. He thought that he had not misjudged him. This brat was not someone who knew his place. However, he was a bit too arrogant. The 10,000-year-old ginseng king was something that even people like them didn't dare to have any ideas about, but Li Chongqing, a little brat, actually wanted to bid for it and even asked Gao Jianda for money. No matter how bold Gao Jianda was, he wouldn't dare to lend money to a brat. Gao Jianda smiled and said, "Little brother, how much did you borrow? How much do you want?" "Let's start with 100 million, Li Chongqing said. Suddenly, Gao Jianda, who had just picked up the tea to ease the embarrassment, almost spat out the tea in his mouth. 100 million came out of Li Chongqing's mouth so casually, as if he didn't care about 1 or 2 yuan. Did he really not care, or did he not know what a shocking scene it would be if he changed 100 million into cash and put it on the ground? At this moment, Yang Gang and Gao Jianda both fell into silence. Especially Gao Jianda. He was thinking about how to tactfully reject Li Chongqing. Although Li Chongqing and Lu Xiong knew each other, no one knew how far their relationship was. Gao Jianda, who started in the credit industry, had no problem taking out 100 million in cash. However, if Li Chongqing really bid for the 10,000-year-old ginseng, what would he give to him? Would he give him a ginseng to eat? Gao Jianda didn't dare to take this risk. Unexpectedly, when the two were silent, Lu Xiong suddenly said, "Isn't it just 100 million? I have some here, Mr. Li. Do you want to take it for an emergency?" Lu Xiong's words surprised Gao Jianda and Yang Gang. That was 100 million, not a small amount, but Li Chongqing shook his head. "No need, I'll take a loan from this old man." Indeed, with Li Chongqing's identity, whether it was Lu Xiong or Chu Yaotian, 100 million would immediately be transferred to his account, but Li Chongqing didn't want to use their money, especially Lu Xiong. Because if Lu Xiong lent money to Li Chongqing, he would never let Li Chongqing return it, but Li Chongqing didn't want to owe this favor. "Mr. Gao, I know that in your industry there must be a risk assessment and there must be collateral. 100 million may not be a small amount for you, but it's really nothing for me. It's just that my company has just started, and the recent expenses are a little high, so the funds in my account are a little insufficient." Yang Gang and Gao Jianda both noticed the words, "my company," in Li Chongqing's mouth, and their eyes showed doubts. Is it possible that this plain-looking young man started his own business in college and has his own company? "What's the name of your company?" Gao Jianda asked. "Zhenke Group." When Li Chongqing said these 4 words, both of them were stunned, and then they showed a shocked expression. "Zhenke Group, which has recently become famous in the Northwest, is your company?" Even Lu Xiong's face next to him changed color. Recently, Zhenke Group appeared out of nowhere, wildly taking over more than a dozen big projects in the Northwest, which attracted a lot of attention, but the behind-the-scenes boss was very mysterious, and no one had ever seen him. They usually guessed who the behind-the-scenes boss of Zhenke Group, which could get the strong support of Su Group, was, but they didn't believe that it would be a young man in his 20s. "Zhenke Group really belongs to you? Do you have any proof? Gao Jianda's voice trembled. If it was the behind-the-scenes boss of Zhenke Group, not to mention 100 million, even 1 billion could be easily done. Of course, I have the phone number of the executive president of Zhenke Group. You can verify it. Li Chongqing took out his mobile phone, opened the address book, and handed it to Gao Jianda. Gao Jianda wrote down the number and sent it to his team to check. They had their own special channels. As long as they were willing, they could dig out the information of a person's 8 generations of ancestors. Mr. Li, they have checked it. Gao Jianda suddenly changed the way he addressed Li Chongqing, and his attitude was much more respectful. When he pressed the return button on his mobile phone, he happened to see the name Su Xiaolin above the name General Manager of Zhenke Group. He couldn't help but be shocked. He lowered his head and tried to hide the shock in his eyes. The biggest help of Zhenke Group's sudden rise was Su Group. When the name of Su Xiaolin, the behind-the-scenes boss of Su Group, appeared on Li Chongqing's mobile phone, it all indicated the identity of Li Chongqing. His team was still checking, but Gao Jianda had made up his mind and nodded. Mr. Li, I have 300 million available cash now. Is it enough to lend it to you? There is no interest. Hearing Gao Jianda's words, Yang Gang next to him looked incredible. Li Chongqing nodded and thought, this is a smart man. Chapter 214. Lu Xiong didn't understand. As long as Li Chongqing asked, he could take out as much money as he wanted. Now Gao Jianda benefited. However, when he thought about Li Chongqing's character, he was relieved. Hearing that Gao Jianda didn't want interest, Li Chongqing shook his head angrily. If he didn't want interest, he wouldn't borrow the money. Gao Jianda had no choice but to nod. Yang Gang next to him was full of doubts. However, at this moment, it was inappropriate to ask in front of Li Chongqing and Lu Xiong. He had to hide his doubts in his heart. The boss behind the scenes of the Zhenke Group. Although this title was a bit scary, an old fox like Yang Gang wouldn't act without seeing the hare. It was unrealistic to take out 100 million just because of Li Chongqing's words. Moreover, even with a professional team like Gao Jianda's, it wouldn't take a day or two to find out whether Li Chongqing was the boss behind the scenes of the Zhenke Group. Although Li Chongqing gave the private phone number of the CEO of the Zhenke Group, who knew how he got this phone number? Even if he called and asked the other party directly, he was afraid that the other party wouldn't pick up. He would hang up immediately when he heard that it was a stranger. However, he didn't know that what really made Gao Jianda make up his mind was the name Su Xiaolin in the phone book. Of course, this was likely to be a trap set by Li Chongqing. However, the biggest difference between Gao Jianda and Yang Gang was that Gao Jianda dared to gamble. He gambled that Li Chongqing was the boss of the Zhenke Group and that the name Su Xiaolin in the phone book was real. The most important thing was Lu Xiong's attitude towards Li Chongqing. With Lu Xiong's capital and status, there was no need to set a trap for him. Halfway through, Nangong Jingmeng called. Because it was noisy inside, Li Chongqing went outside to pick it up. Nangong Jingmeng said that she was stuck in a traffic jam outside and would arrive soon. She called to ask Li Chongqing which table they were at. Only then did Li Chongqing realize that every table in the hall had a number. He hadn't noticed it yet. After hanging up the phone and walking in, Li Chongqing saw that many people at Shin Yunju's table were looking at him. When he walked past their table, Shin Yunju couldn't help but ask, "Hey friend. You said you didn't bring your phone. What's that in your hand?" Upon hearing Shin Yunju's words, Li Chongqing glanced at his phone awkwardly. "So, can you give me your WeChat ID now?" said Shin Yunju with a smile. Li Chongqing nodded. He opened his WeChat and added the other party as a friend. Since the other party had already said so much, it would be unreasonable if he still refused. "Also, I'm such a beauty, yet you rejected me in front of so many of my friends. Don't you think you should make it up to me?" Sit down and have a cup of tea. My friends are very curious about you. They all call you Liu Xiaohui. Xin Yunzhu crawled to Li Changxing's ear and whispered. Her breath tickled Li Changxing's neck, especially the fragrance of her body that assailed his nostrils, making Li Changxing feel like he was being teased. Okay. Li Changxing nodded. Although Gao Jianda had agreed to lend him money, he was still nervous. He must be trying to get information from Lu Xiong. Lu Xiong was very smart. He knew what to say and what not to say. Since Li Changxing wanted to get money from Gao Jianda, he would reveal some information to reassure him. It was indeed inappropriate for Li Changxing to be present at this time. Therefore, he agreed to Xin Yunzhu's request. Really? When a beauty like Xin Yunzhu took the initiative to invite a guy, the guy would be flattered. But now, she was a little excited because of Li Changxing's agreement. Seeing Li Changxing sitting next to Xin Yunzhu, the table immediately fell into silence. At this time, Li Changxing took the initiative to say, "Hello, everyone. My name is Li Changxing. I am a student of Qingzhou University." When Li Changxing opened his mouth, a strange look appeared in the eyes of the people present. They had just discussed Li Changxing's many identities, such as the second generation of a rich family and the young master of a company. But they did not expect Li Changxing to introduce himself so simply. A student of Qingzhou University seemed to be a very reasonable introduction, but he did not reveal the content they wanted to know. Li Changxing did not say any extra information. The people present were not hotheads. Naturally, they were not reckless enough to ask the truth. But because of Lu Xiong, Gao Jianda, and a few others, they thought highly of Li Changxing. Their words had a faint meaning that they regarded him as the leader. Li Changxing, it is said that there are many antiques and cultural objects in today's auction. You are so young. Are you interested in those things? We are all here to join in the fun. But my house does have a lot of ceramics and things like that. Why don't you move to my house and have a look one day? Xin Yunzhu took the initiative to speak. Everyone present was surprised. The first time they met, they had known each other for less than 3 minutes. The great beauty Xin Yunzhu actually invited a man to her house as a guest. What does this mean? Is she really interested in Li Changxing? Li Changxing was also a little surprised. He did not understand what this girl was up to. But looking at her eyes, Li Changxing could at least be sure that she was not the kind of girl who did not have self-respect. He smiled and nodded. Okay, I will definitely go if I have time. Unexpectedly, Zhou Tong, who was next to them, quietly pinched Xin Yunzhu's waist. She originally wanted to remind Xin Yunzhu to pay attention to maintaining her ladylike image. Unexpectedly, this sudden pinch made Xin Yunzhu dodge subconsciously. She happened to bump into Li Changxing's arms. Although many people saw the reason why Zhou Tong pinched Xin Yunzhu happened to throw herself into Li Changxing's arms. It was inevitable that she wanted to throw herself into his arms. Li Changxing, who felt the embrace of Xin Yunzhu, was also a little stunned. By the time Xin Yunzhu left his arms, her face was already red. I'm sorry. Xin Yunzhu brushed her hair that covered her eyes. Her face was a little uneasy. By the way, Li Changxing, do you know the boss of Tongda Taxi Company who greeted the person next to you? His son and I are high school classmates. Zhou Tong changed the topic to resolve the embarrassment of her friend. At the same time, she was inquiring about Li Changxing's identity. I don't know him. This is the first time I met him. Li Changxing shook his head. Everyone, who had been listening attentively, breathed a sigh of relief. Xin Yunzhu's performance had raised a sense of crisis in the hearts of several men present. If Li Changxing was astonishingly powerful, then they could only feel ashamed of their inferiority. Fortunately, Li Changxing did not know the boss of Tongda Taxi Company. At the very least, it meant that he was not a member of that circle. As for Lu Xiong, who was close to Li Changxing, although his aura was very strong, They thought that they did not know Lu Xiong's true identity. Therefore, they did not feel that deeply. In their eyes, the boss of Tongda Taxi Company was in a very high circle, so high that they could only look up to him. However, they did not know that in Lu Xiong's eyes, the boss of Tongda Taxi Company was just a small pawn. Chapter 2:15. They were all young people, so they got familiar with each other quickly. After learning that Li Chongqing and the boss of Tongda Taxi Company did not know each other, they were not as reserved as they were at the beginning. Zhou Tong was quite upset that Li Chongqing had taken advantage of her when she wanted to remind her best friend. So, she took the initiative to ask Li Chongqing. At that time, everyone called you the contemporary Liu Xiaohui, who was calm and composed. Then I would like to ask, if a woman like me took off her clothes and stood in front of you, would you still be calm? Zhou Tong and Xin Yunzhu were undoubtedly the two most stunning girls present. Each had her own merits. In particular, the question she threw out was very bold, but it was also very sharp and went straight to the heart. There used to be a story about a man and a woman sleeping on the same bed. The girl put a line in the middle of the bed and said that if the boy crossed the line at night, he would be a beast. When the boy woke up the next day, he did not cross the line. As a result, the girl slapped the boy and said that he was worse than a beast. Just like Zhou Tong's question, if Li Chongqing answered that he was not tempted, it seemed that this was not an answer that a normal man should give, and it would give people a feeling of hypocrisy. But if he answered that he was tempted, Liu Xiaohui's statement would be self-defeating. It meant that he was like thousands of vulgar men in the world, who could not escape the truth. For a moment, countless eyes fell on Li Chongqing, waiting for his answer. However, Li Chongqing shook his head. Suddenly, there was a sound of in the field. Obviously, they felt that he was a little pretentious. Zhou Tong's face was slightly unnatural. She boldly used herself as an example, which showed that she was extremely confident in her appearance. But Li Chongqing's performance undoubtedly said, "You can't move me." She was unwilling to give up and asked again. "What if the person standing in front of you without clothes is Xin Yunzhu?" When this question came out, many people showed interest. Although Zhou Tong and Xin Yunzhu each had their own merits, if they had to compare who was better, there was no doubt that Xin Yunzhu was slightly better in all aspects of temperament. This question was even more difficult to answer. If Li Chongqing still said that he was indifferent, then it would be very hypocritical. However, Li Chongqing's answer was a slap to Zhou Tong's face. It meant that in his eyes, Zhou Tong was not as charming as Xin Yunzhu. Many people smiled bitterly, thinking that Zhou Tong's question today was a bit sharp. Xin Yunzhu could not help but roll her eyes at Zhou Tong. She thought, "It's fine if you use yourself as an example, but why do you have to drag me into this?" Xin Yunzhu's cheeks became hot when she thought of the scene where she stood naked in front of the man in front of her. A person's imagination was like a runaway wild horse that couldn't be controlled. Xin Yunzhu even felt that she had been seen naked. She felt ashamed and resentful. "If Xin Yunzhu takes off her clothes and stands in front of me..." Li Chongqing paused for a moment, and everyone's interest was piqued. Xin Yunzhu's ears perked up. In fact, when Zhou Tong asked this question, she was already regretting it. Not only would she drag her best friend into this, but she would also bring trouble to herself. Therefore, before Li Chongqing could answer, she interrupted. "It doesn't have to be Xin Yunzhu. For example, if a peerless beauty takes off her clothes in front of you, can you remain indifferent?" Zhou Tong's interruption made Xin Yunzhu heave a long sigh of relief. The few people who were waiting to watch the show were obviously disappointed. However, they saw Li Chongqing say with certainty, "No matter how beautiful the woman is, she must be someone I like. Only then will I be moved. Otherwise, my state of mind will not be shaken." Li Chongqing's faint smile made everyone's balls ache. They thought, "This guy is really good at pretending. I don't believe that he is a saint with a rock-solid mind. However, Li Changxing's next words made everyone speechless. I have seen too many beautiful women. Once, as long as I say the word, many beautiful women will line up and want to take off their clothes in front of me. I don't even give them a chance. The entire audience was thunderstruck until they were charred on the inside and tender on the outside. A boy gave Li Changxing a thumbs up and said, "Buddy, I'm convinced by your bragging." Xin Yunju, who was next to him, asked unexpectedly, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Li Changxing smiled slightly. "For now I have two." A guy spat out the tea in his mouth and patted his chest. He laughed until tears came out. I can't. Buddy, I will die of laughter if I chat with you." Next to the sink in the washroom. After washing her hands, Xin Yunju wiped her slender, jade-like fingers with a paper towel. Zhou Tong walked over and took out a makeup mirror to touch up her makeup. Xin Yunju could not help but ask, "Zhou Tong, what do you mean? Why do you have to embarrass me in front of others? How dare you say that I will not wear clothes?" Zhou Tong heaved a sigh. "Yunju, I just want to remind you to see Li Changxing's true colors. Based on my understanding of you, you are probably a little interested in this guy. Although I don't know what you like about him, I advise you not to provoke him easily if you really want to find a different kind of boyfriend to experience. This person looks ordinary, but he's not simple." Back then, when little Lin asked him if he knew the CEO of Tongda Company, he said he didn't. However, I noticed that his eyes were very unconcerned at that time. This means that his level is very likely much higher than Tongda's CEO. Such a person is wearing ordinary clothes and pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. If you're not careful and get yourself trapped, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to get out. No way. Is he so horrible? Xin Yunju stuck out her tongue. Of course. Did you notice the man with a rough aura sitting next to him? I noticed him. What's wrong? Xin Yunju was puzzled. I've always felt that he looked familiar. Later, I remembered that I've seen him before. He runs a credit company. To put it bluntly, he's a loan shark. This person is very powerful. I heard my father vaguely reveal that he's a big shot in the underworld. He's very powerful. But at that time, Li Changxing had his arm around his shoulder. The water here is very deep. Small shrimps like us can be swatted to death by a wave. Xin Yunju was a little dumbfounded. She said to Zhou Tong, "But look at his honest appearance. He is not so horrible, is he?" Zhou Tong heaved a sigh. Who knows? Nowadays the dog that bites doesn't bark. The more low-key a person is, the more horrible he is. Anyway, if you really like him, you must be more careful. I'm just curious about him. I don't like him. Moreover, he said that many beautiful women wanted to throw themselves at him, but he didn't like them. Humph. Zhou Tong curled his lips disdainfully. If he said that he was looking for a few prostitutes, I would believe it. A group of beautiful women rushed to give themselves to him. Who would believe that? He is just bragging. Chapter 216. By the time Xin Yunju and Zhou Tong came out of the bathroom, Li Changxing had already returned to where Lu Xiong and the others were sitting. The auction was about to begin. This auction was organized by Shengshe Weiya Collection Company, and there were more than a dozen companies involved. In the list of sponsors, Li Changxing saw the Divine Medicine Group and the Nangong family that Nangong Jingmeng belonged to. In addition to the 10,000-year-old ginseng, there were also many antiques and cultural objects in this auction. After all, although the 10,000-year-old ginseng king was famous, not many people could afford it, and even fewer were willing to spend money to buy it. Therefore, even the rich people who came were just here to watch the show. Their main goal was to buy the cultural objects and other auction items. The auction was about to begin, and the staff was already making simple arrangements. Many people who came at the right time poured into the venue. Along the way, many people were discussing. I don't know how to judge the age of a 10,000-year-old ginseng king. Was there ginseng on Earth 10,000 years ago? It's just the end. Let alone 10,000-year-old ginseng, even 1,000-year-old ginseng would be amazing. The starting price is 100 million. I don't think many people have the money to buy it. After all, so what if it's 100 million years old? You can't become a god after eating it, unless you're seriously ill and need to use it as medicine. However, if any disease can be cured, it should be cured with 100 million. If it can't be cured, I don't believe that this ginseng can bring the dead back to life. There were many people who came to the auction today, and they were all influential figures in the upper-class circle of Qingzhou. However, there were not many who were really interested in the ginseng. After all, they were all ordinary people. In their eyes, spiritual medicine was not much different from ordinary medicine. Nangong Jingmeng called Li Chongxing. Something happened on the way, so it would probably be delayed for some time. On the other side, Gao Jianda directly pushed a bank card in front of Li Chongxing. Mr. Li, there's 100 million in here. The starting price of the ginseng is 100 million. I estimate that very few people will really bid for it. It might even be unsold. As he spoke, Gao Jianda hesitated. Mr. Li, if it's not necessary, I think you should consider it carefully. Although the market value of the Zhenke Group is already tens of billions, you don't have to spend so much money on a useless thing. I understand. Li Chongxing smiled and put away the bank card. Lu Xiong, on the other hand, was looking forward to it. Since Li Chongxing valued it so much, there was an 80% chance that this item would be auctioned off today. At that time, he would be able to show off as well. Ever since he knew Li Chongxing's identity, he could no longer treat Li Chongxing as an ordinary college student. Although Chen Ligua had recommended Li Chongxing in the past, and he had always attached great importance to Li Chongxing, it was at most a kind of appreciation and care for the younger generation. Now it had changed. Following by Li Chongxing's side, he felt like he was a follower, but he enjoyed it. Especially when he knew that Li Chongxing was the boss of Zhenke Group. He was thinking about how to cooperate with Li Chongxing in business. Although Zhenke Group had just shown its prowess, he knew that with Li Chongxing's help, it was very possible for Zhenke Group to become the #1 enterprise in Huaxia. As more and more people came in, the empty seats around Li Chongxing were filled with people. There were still people coming in. I don't need that ginseng, but I heard that there is an incense burner from Xuanda in the Ming dynasty. That is a treasure. I must get it. When a middle-aged man walked past Li Chongxing while talking, a surprised voice sounded. Why are you here? He looked up and saw a middle-aged man with a surprised face. It was Chen Ziqing. Chen Ziqing came with a middle-aged woman. The woman was definitely not Chen Wan's mother. Li Chongxing had seen Chen Wan's mother before. Although she was well-maintained, compared with the woman in front of him, she lacked a noble temperament. Who is this? The woman looked up and down at Li Chongxing with doubts. This is my daughter's classmate. Chen Ziqing introduced him to the woman. Obviously, he was a little humble to the woman. Chongxing, what are you doing here? Chen Ziqing looked at Lu Xiong and other people beside Li Chongxing with doubts. This is Mr. Lu. I know him as a tutor for his son. Li Chongxing took the initiative to introduce him. Nice to meet you, Mr. Lu. Chen Ziqing shook hands with Lu Xiong and nodded to Li Chongxing. Then he walked to the next seat with the woman. At first, when he saw Li Chongxing here, especially Lu Xiong's extraordinary temperament, he had some doubts in his heart. After hearing that Li Chongxing knew him as a tutor, he felt relieved. Who is that young man? The woman looked at Li Chongxing with doubts. She was the boss of an investment company. Chen Ziqing's company was looking for investment recently. It was not easy for him to get the tickets to the auction. He invited the other party to come with him. He had already inquired before. There was a good jade pendant in today's auction. It was from the Qing dynasty, and this Mr. An was famous for his love of jade and such products. And Qing was also a person who had seen many storms and waves, and had read countless people. At first glance, he could tell that Lu Xiong, Gao Jianda and the others were not ordinary, and Li Changxing was dressed in ordinary clothes, which did not fit in with them, but he was able to sit together with them, which made her a little interested in Li Changxing. He's just an ordinary university student. In order to pay for his tuition, he can only work outside. I heard that he worked as a waiter in a KTV, but I didn't expect him to be a part-time tutor. He's a very hard-working seedling. Hearing Chen Ziqing's introduction, An Qing nodded and no longer paid attention to Li Changxing. An ordinary student, even if he met a noble like Lu Xiong, would need at least 20 years to stand out. It would not be of any help to her now. Moreover, attending the auction together did not mean that the other party would really cultivate him. Perhaps he just happened to know some knowledge about antiques, so he brought him here to broaden his horizons. At this time, Nangong Jingmeng finally arrived. When she walked into the auction hall in a white uniform, she immediately attracted a lot of attention. She walked directly to Li Changxing's seat and sat down next to Li Changxing. On the other side, Zhou Tong, who had been laughing when she heard an interesting story, was suddenly stunned. Then, she patted Xin Yunju, who was also covering her mouth and laughing, and said, "Look, there's a beauty next to Liu Xiaohui." "What Liu Xiaohui?" Xin Yunju was stunned. She followed Zhou Tong's line of sight and saw Nangong Jingming turn her head, revealing her beautiful face. At this moment, Xin Yunju could not help but think of the saying, looking back with a smile, "The beauties of the 6 palaces will be pale in comparison." She, Zhou Tong, and the others seemed to be the beauties of the 6 palaces. Chapter 217. It turns out that he has such a beautiful woman by his side. No wonder he looked so confident at that time. Zhou Tong said with some jealousy. She thought that Li Changxing would be indifferent if she took off her clothes and stood in front of him. She thought that Li Changxing was bragging. But now that she saw Nangong Jingmeng, she knew what a beautiful woman was. Nangong Jingmeng was noble and elegant, shining with dazzling light. Even Shen Yunju, who was better than her, looked like a pretty girl from a humble family in comparison. Shen Yunju didn't say anything, but her face was obviously unnatural. Li Changxing was accompanied by such a beautiful woman. She couldn't even compete with him. A deep sense of frustration rose in her heart. The others who were whispering also noticed the appearance of Nangong Jingmeng. Suddenly, they all widened their eyes. Li Changxing is really hiding his strength. He actually knows such a beautiful woman. It seems like their relationship is not ordinary. He is not some Lu Xiaohui. It's just that with a gem in front of him, ordinary women would not be able to see him. A man sighed. After he finished speaking, he realized that it was inappropriate. Wasn't he comparing Zhou Tong and Xin Yunju to ordinary women? Fortunately, Zhou Tong and Xin Yunju's eyes were completely attracted by Nangong Jingmeng at this moment. They didn't notice the inappropriate words in his words. At this time, as the host came on stage, the auction officially began. The first item to be auctioned was a Chinese painting. Many people bid for it, but Li Changxing was not interested. After Nangong Jingmeng appeared, Gao Jianda's heart was completely at ease. He had been in Jianghu for many years and had seen countless people. Nangong Jingmeng was not only beautiful, but also had a temperament that ordinary women didn't have. At first glance, he could tell that she was from a big family. Nangong Jingmeng's attitude towards Li Changxing also indicated that Li Changxing was extraordinary. "Hello everyone. My name is Nangong Jingmeng." Nangong Jingmeng took the initiative to shake hands with Gao Jianda and Yang Gang. The two of them were a little confused at first, wondering why this name was so familiar. When they saw the words, Nangong Family, written behind the big screen on the stage, they suddenly remembered it. You are Nangong Jingming, the eldest daughter of the Nangong family? Gao Jianda exclaimed. No wonder Gao Jianda had such a big reaction. Nangong Jingming was a famous figure. Even though the Nangong family was at a complete disadvantage in the competition with the Luo family's Divine Medicine Corporation, in front of Gao Jianda and the others, they were a colossus. On the other side, Yanggong's expression had completely changed. The way he looked at Li Guangling was completely different. If it was just Lu Xiong, he would still have some doubts. But even the young mistress of the Nangong family was so close to him, how could such a person be an ordinary person? Yang Gang felt a little regretful. It was obvious that Gao Jianda had used the 100 million yuan to make some connections. At their level, money was no longer the most important thing. Sometimes, a useful connection could bring them huge profits, and this kind of profit was long-term. Many businessmen racked their brains just to enter a higher social circle. The accumulation of connections was the accumulation of wealth. Now that such a good opportunity had been missed, Yang Gang felt a little uneasy. He and Gao Jianda were good friends, but they had always been secretly comparing. Now, he had no choice but to admit that Gao Jianda's eyesight was better than his. At this time, the painting had already been auctioned off. 3 million was already not a low price. It was won by an old man in his 60s. According to the discussions, it seemed that he was a famous collector in the country. This time, he had come for this painting. The second item to be auctioned was a jade pendant. It was of high quality, imperial green, and the carving was also very good. Most importantly, it came from the palace. The starting price was 600,000. Someone bid 700,000. Chen Ziqing bid 750,000. Coincidentally, Li Guangling looked over and Chen Ziqing smiled at Li Guangling. At the same time, his eyes were filled with pride. In his opinion, 700,000 was definitely an astronomical figure for a poor student like Li Changxing. Of course, it was not a small amount for the Chen family, but in order to please the female boss in Qing, Chen Ziqing could only grit his teeth and bid for it. Someone else bid, and the final price was raised to 900,000. Chen Ziqing's heart was bleeding, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and raised his card for 1 million to win the jade pendant. And Qing immediately beamed with joy. Chen Ziqing also breathed a sigh of relief. Next was a Xuanda censer from the Ming dynasty and a square cauldron from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. The prices were not low. Finally, it was time for the finale, the 10,000-year-old King Ginseng. When two women in green Chong Sam put a white jade box on the stage, it immediately attracted a lot of exclamations. Today, many big shots in the collector world came. Without looking at the ginseng inside, just the white jade alone was worth a lot. No wonder the starting price of the ginseng is 100 million, and the box alone is worth 5 million. I'm more and more looking forward to seeing what a 10,000-year-old ginseng looks like. Everyone was talking about it. At this time, the host said, "Now, let me introduce the origin of this 10,000-year-old King Ginseng." Then, a video began to play on the big screen. It was a ginseng as thick as an arm. Its facial features were very obvious, like an old man with a white beard. There was a red string tied to the ginseng. If one looked carefully, one could see that the red string was densely written with tadpole-like characters. Li Changxing recognized that it was a kind of spell. Ginseng was spiritual. Elixirs like this, if they were really old, would have all kinds of incredible abilities. For example, many ginseng collectors would tie a red string to a ginseng after finding it to prevent it from escaping. This ginseng was so old, of course, it couldn't be tied with an ordinary red string. This red string should also be a low-level magic weapon. This time, even Li Changxing was looking forward to it. The appearance of a white jade box and a low-level magic weapon indicated that this ginseng was very unusual. Although they couldn't see anything from the picture, it was definitely thousands of years old. Now, let's see the true face of this King Ginseng. After the slide on the screen finished playing, the host slowly opened the white jade box. As soon as the box was opened, a strong medicinal fragrance wafted out. Many people couldn't help but look up and see that the pale yellow ginseng was more spiritual than in the picture. It was somewhat lifelike. Li Chongqing's eyes also showed a bit of surprise. It was exaggerated to say that this ginseng was 10,000 years old, but it was at least 5,000 years old. A 5,000-year-old ginseng was nothing in the pre-Qin era, but in this era, it could be called a peerless treasure. 100 million, worth it. At this moment, Li Chongqing made a judgment. Then, the auction of this ginseng officially began. Chapter 218. Now, the auction for this king of ginseng will officially begin. The starting price is 100 million yuan. When the host finished speaking, the auction hall suddenly fell into silence. Although they had already known the price of the last auction item, many people were still shocked when they heard it from the host. No one would think that 100 million yuan was a small amount of money. Seeing the scene, the host seemed to be very satisfied with the shocking effect. In the corner in the distance, an old man was holding a teacup in his hand. Next to him were several rich middle-aged men, who were extremely respectful to the old man. Master Gu, I saw the people of Mount Shu. I heard that the sect leader of Mount Shu had one of his arms cut off and is in urgent need of this king of ginseng. This time, Mount Shu will definitely bid for this king of ginseng, no matter how much it costs. At that time, the wealth of Mount Shu in the secular world will be in your hand. A middle-aged man next to him said with a flattering face. Ha ha! The old man called Master Gu smiled slightly. Originally, no matter how high the value of this 10,000-year-old king ginseng was, it was ultimately limited. However, no one had expected that the Mount Shu sect leader's arm would be chopped off. And the broken bone rebirth pill that Mount Shu wanted to refine required this 10,000-year-old king ginseng. This ancestral ginseng could be auctioned at a sky-high price. Master Gu, I wonder what the price is in your mind? How much does Mount Shu have to pay to get this ginseng? This is the lowest price. Gu Yinghua stretched out 5 fingers. 50 billion yuan? The middle-aged man was surprised. This was not a low price. 500 billion yuan. The old man smiled slightly. The middle-aged man suddenly showed shock on his face. A ginseng was worth 500 million yuan at most. This was more than 1,000 times. What kind of concept was 500 billion yuan? The middle-aged men present were all moved. 500 billion yuan was an astronomical figure. By the way, are the people you hired ready? Ask them to raise the price as much as possible. The people of Mount Shu are running out of time. No matter how much they pay, they will get this ginseng. Gu Yinghua asked the middle-aged men. Don't worry, old Gu. 1/3 of the people at this auction are our people. I have already made many copies of the photos of the true disciple from Shushan and sent them to them. As long as a Shushan disciple bids, they will immediately raise the price. However, we are taking advantage of the situation like this. What if the people from Shushan find out and seek revenge? The other middle-aged men also looked worried. Although Mount Shu had declined, it was still a colossus to the forces of the secular world. Although Shushan is powerful, I, Gu Yinghua, am not to be trifled with. The old man slammed his hand on the table. Immediately, a clear palm print appeared on the solid wood table. Even the lines on the palm could be clearly seen. Immediately, the few middle-aged men present sucked in a breath of cold air. Their expressions became even more respectful. At this moment, someone had already made a bid. 130 million. The bidder was a middle-aged man. He was dressed in a tang suit and looked very imposing. Initially, everyone thought that the ginseng would not be sold since the price was so high. They did not expect that someone would really take a fancy to it. At this moment, Li Chongqing nodded to Lu Xiong. Lu Xiong raised his paddle and said, 150 million. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the field. The price had risen by 50 million just at the beginning. The ginseng that no one was optimistic about at first seemed to be popular. In the corner, Guinghua nodded and said, "This shill is good. His momentum and appearance are not worse than yours. Give him more money after the matter is over." Yes. The middle-aged man who was in charge of finding shills nodded, but he was puzzled in his heart. Why does this person seem to be very strange? However, this time, in order to avoid being found out, he found so many shills that he couldn't remember them all for a while. 150 million going once, 150 million going twice. Li Chongqing smiled slightly. Although ginseng was good, it was not very useful for ordinary people. For Li Chongqing, it was still a profit for him to be able to get it for 150 million. 160 million. A voice sounded. It was the middle-aged man who had just spoken. Since the other party was willing to spend so much money on this ginseng, he definitely recognized its value. 170 million. Lu Xiong raised his paddle again. Since Li Chongqing was determined to get this thing, even if it was 10 billion or 100 billion, he would still dare to bid. The middle-aged man looked at Lu Xiong and looked at him with some doubts. In the end, he shook his head and didn't speak anymore. Lu Xiong breathed a sigh of relief. Just when the few people thought that the bidding was over, another voice suddenly sounded, 200 million. The one who spoke was a young man in a suit. He had an otherworldly temperament. When Li Chongqing saw the other party, he felt that they were familiar. He quickly remembered that they weren't the two Shushan disciples who appeared at the 100 Herb Hall last time. At that time, Sima Chongfeng's arm was cut off by him. Those two disciples were so scared that they ran away. Sima Chongfeng's arm was cut off. Could it be that the Shushan people are bidding for this ginseng to refine medicine for him? It's just that this ginseng is also very useful to me. At this time, the shills that the middle-aged men had invited were about to stand up and bid. Li Chongqing also stood up with the paddle in his hand. 210 million. Originally, the other party had bid 200 million, which was already a bit high. He didn't expect that there would still be people bidding. Suddenly, the spotlight was focused on Li Chongqing, and countless eyes were focused on him. In the corner, old Guinghua nodded and said, "This shill is not bad." He opened his mouth in time. The middle-aged man frowned. He also felt that Li Chongqing was very unfamiliar, but other than the shill he had invited, who would come out to compete with the Shushan people at this time. Just wait and see. The Shushan people will definitely increase the price. It's possible that they will directly bid 300 million to scare the other party and show that they are determined to get it. However, he doesn't know that this is our shill. Even if we bid 3 billion, he won't be scared. Guinghua smiled proudly and was in a good mood. Unexpectedly, as Li Chongqing stood up, the Shushan disciple's expression changed drastically. Then, without saying anything, he directly left the table and walked towards the entrance of the auction house. Moreover, he walked faster and faster. In the end, he looked like he was running away. This time, Guinghua was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? The host on the stage had already begun to ask, "Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" 210 million going once, 210 million going twice, clang. As the hammer fell, sold for 210 million. Suddenly, the whole audience was dumbfounded. Guinghua and the others were confused because of the Shushan disciples' escape, while the others were shocked that someone was willing to spend so much money to bid for a ginseng. Moreover, it was a very young man. Chapter 219. After Li Chongqing bought the Ginseng King, the finale of the auction, the audience fell into a brief silence. Gu Yinghua and the others in the corner were especially heartbroken. How could this be? He couldn't figure out why the people from Mount Shu would leave. Then, the middle-aged man next to him ordered, "Go and pay the money for the auction. Ask that guy to bring the ginseng back." Hearing Gu Yinghua's words, the middle-aged man next to her hesitated. "What's wrong?" Gu Yinghua frowned. The middle-aged man broke out in a cold sweat. "I don't think that guy was hired by us." "What?" In an instant, Gu Yinghua's eyes flashed coldly. "Are you saying that my 5,000-year-old Ginseng King was bought by someone for 210 million? What are those people you hired for?" Gu Yinghua was furious. The middle-aged man was so scared that his body began to tremble. He stammered, "They probably thought that the other party was hired by us, so they didn't rush to raise the price." Gu Yinghua slapped her thigh and raised her eyebrows anxiously. "No, my ginseng is worth 500 or 600 million. I can't lose it just like that. Hurry up and find out the identity of that young man. It's not that easy to take advantage of me." At this time, a staff member in charge of the auction came over. He asked Li Chongqing to pay the money and then give the item to him. Li Chongqing took out his card and swiped it directly. After signing the confirmation, he put the white jade box away. The middle-aged man who made the first bid glanced at Li Chongqing and then turned to leave, accompanied by a subordinate. After leaving the auction, the subordinate who followed the man finally couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you say that this ginseng was very important to you? Why did you give it up in the end?" The man who bid for the ginseng shook his head and said, "I didn't want to give it up, but I had no choice. The person who bid 200 million was a disciple of Mount Shu. Mount Shu is the leader of the cultivation world, far from a small cultivation family like ours. But you didn't see the fear in the disciple's eyes when he saw that young man. That young man looks like an ordinary person, but he can make a disciple of Mount Shu feel fear. If we compete with him, won't we get into trouble?" The auction ended, but the atmosphere reached a climax. 210 million for a stalk of ginseng, this would probably make the headlines tomorrow. "Congratulations, Mr. Li," Lu Xiong said with a smile. Beside him, Gao Jianda was also smiling. From Lu Xiong's mouth, he also knew a bit about Li Chongqing's identity. He was very excited to be able to get to know such a person. Xin Yunzhu and the others, who were sitting nearby, were dumbfounded. From the moment Li Chongqing shouted out the price of 210 million, at that moment, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. It was as if they were dreaming, but it was actually happening. 210 million for a stalk of ginseng. How much money was that? They didn't even dare to imagine it. Zhou Tong's eyes were wide open and his face was filled with disbelief. Li Chongqing could talk and laugh with people like Lu Xiong. She had a high opinion of Li Chongqing from the beginning, but she had never thought that Li Chongqing's level was far higher than she had imagined. Xin Yunzhu also covered her mouth. When Li Chongqing said that there were many beautiful women lining up to offer themselves to him, Xin Yunzhu despised him in her heart. But now, looking at Li Chongqing's money, it seemed that it was really possible. The man next to them, who had said that Li Chongqing was bragging, was shocked in his heart. Li Chongqing was not pretending. He was really powerful. They had thought that the boss of Tongdao was already at a very high level, but they didn't know that it was nothing compared with Li Chongqing. On the other side, Chen Ziqing, who got the jade pendant, looked as if he had seen a ghost. He had never thought that Li Chongqing, a poor student in his eyes, could take out more than 200 million to buy a stalk of ginseng. Didn't he accompany the boss to see the world? How can he have so much money? Has he been hiding his identity from the beginning to the end? Is he actually a rich second generation? Thinking of how he had taken 20,000 yuan to send Li Chongqing away, and how he had looked down on Li Chongqing, he couldn't help but be filled with regret. If he had known that Li Changxing was so rich, he wouldn't have bothered to curry favor with Anqing. 200 million yuan. As long as he becomes my son-in-law, doesn't his money mean that it's mine? Thinking of this, Chen Ziqing's eyes lit up. Li Changxing likes my daughter, Chen Wan. Although Wan rejected him at the banquet, as long as my daughter apologizes to him, they all say that it's easy for a man to chase a woman, and it's easy for a woman to chase a man. With my daughter's means, can't she take down this honest boy? Thinking of this, Chen Ziqing's eyes were already filled with eagerness. Director, please excuse me. I'll go over and say hello to my junior. Chen Ziqing intended to show off his relationship with Li Changxing, but Anqing was a little puzzled. Director Chen, didn't you say that he was just a classmate of your daughter? I still have another layer of relationship that I haven't mentioned. This Li Changxing, he has been pursuing my daughter recently. It's very likely that he will become my future son-in-law, so it's not too much to say that he's my junior. So that's how it is. Hearing Chen Ziqing's words, Anqing immediately understood. Director Chen, that young man is not ordinary. Buying a ginseng, he's rich and overbearing. Director Chen has such a son-in-law, I'll have to rely on Director Chen to take care of my business in the future. Originally, it was Chen Ziqing who was fawning over Anqing, but now, the roles of the two had been switched. Seeing Anqing, who he had carefully served for the past few days, show such an attitude towards him, a sense of pride filled his heart. His desire to make Li Changxing his son-in-law became more and more firm. All right, Director, I'll go over first. As he spoke, he tidied up his suit and walked over to Li Changxing. Changxing, congratulations on winning the ginseng. Chen Ziqing walked over with a face full of smiles. That amiable look made his face wrinkle like a chrysanthemum. Uncle Chen, congratulations to you for winning the jade pendant. After that, Li Changxing said to Lu Xiong, we should go too. Wait a minute. Chen Ziqing hurriedly called out to Li Changxing. That Changxing, that day at Wan Er's birthday party, Wan rejected you. In fact, she has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. After returning home, she told me that she actually likes you. Look, why don't you come over for dinner tomorrow? I'll let Wan cook for you personally. No need. Li Changxing said lightly. I have no interest in Chen Wan. You misunderstood. After that, he turned around and left his seat, leaving Chen Ziqing with a stiff smile on his face. At this time, Anqing walked over and put the box containing the jade on the table and said, Director Chen, this jade is too expensive. I can't accept it. And about my investment in your company, I don't think there's any need for us to talk about it anymore. Isn't that young man pursuing your daughter just now? Then let him invest for you, but it seems that he doesn't like your daughter. After that, Anqing turned around and left, leaving Chen Ziqing standing there in a daze. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Chapter 220. After leaving the auction venue and parting ways with Lu Xiong and Nangong Jingmeng, Li Changxing returned to the Yuanyi villa with the ginseng. Because of the spirit-gathering array, the spiritual energy in the villa was very abundant. As soon as Li Changxing entered the door, he felt very comfortable. This was the spiritual energy that had been accumulated for nearly half a month. If it weren't for the fact that Li Changxing's cultivation method required a terrifying amount of spiritual energy, such abundant spiritual energy would have been enough for a cultivator at the 5th level of the Qi refining realm to break through to the next level. He opened the white jade box containing the ginseng and cut off the red cloth tied to the ginseng. The moment he untied the red cloth, the ginseng rushed toward the window like it had long legs. However, Li Changxing didn't look anxious. Seeing that the ginseng was about to break through the window and leave, a golden light appeared on the window in the next moment. The ginseng hit the golden light and bounced back. After landing, the ginseng didn't give up and continued to hit the window. After hitting it 3 times in a row, it began to run in another direction. Sure enough, it's just a plant. Even though it has a trace of instinct, its intelligence is very low. I've already set up an array in this room. You can't escape. Li Chongqing shook his head and suddenly stretched out his hand toward the ginseng that was still hitting the wall. A suction force appeared and the ginseng was instantly sucked into his hand. This ginseng was 5,000 years old and had grown into a spiritual medicine. The image of the white-bearded old man on it was staring fiercely at Li Chongqing and struggling in his hand. If I give you tens of thousands of years, maybe you can really embark on the path of cultivation. Unfortunately, I need you to improve your cultivation now. Li Chongqing tied the ginseng with the red rope again and put it together with the collected medicinal materials. Now that I've collected enough medicinal materials, I can almost refine a divine pill. Unfortunately, I'm missing a supplementary ingredient. With my current cultivation, the success rate of refining is a little low. If I fail, it will be a waste. After hesitating for a while, Li Chongqing finally chose not to open the furnace to refine the pill. The next day, on the school field, Li Chongqing had just run a lap around the field when he was blocked by a figure. He looked up and saw that it was Chen Wan. Chen Wan glared at Li Chongqing, her eyes filled with coldness as she looked at Li Chongqing, making Li Chongqing somewhat baffled. "Is something the matter?" Li Chongqing asked doubtfully. "Let me ask you, did you see my dad yesterday?" "Yes." Li Chongqing nodded. "What happened?" "My dad locked himself in his room after he came home yesterday and refused to see anyone. He didn't go to the company this morning either. His hair was disheveled. I asked him why, but he didn't say anything. My mom said that he kept mumbling your name. Did you cause him to be like this?" Hearing Chen Wan's words, Li Chongqing was a little stunned. He didn't expect Chen Jiqing to be so weak that he couldn't take the blow. However, he still shook his head and said, "This has nothing to do with me. I did see him at the auction yesterday, but I didn't say much to your dad. As for why he became like this, it can only be said that his psychological quality is too poor." After that, Li Chongqing shook his head and was about to continue running, but he was stopped by Chen Wan again. "Stop," Chen Wan said coldly. "Li Chongqing, my dad went to the auction yesterday to win over a partner of his company. It must be because of you. Let me tell you, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you helped me last time. If anything happens to my dad because of this, I will make you regret being born in this world. You are just a poor student, and I have 100 ways to deal with you." With that, she gave Li Chongqing a cold look and then strode away. At that moment, Li Chongqing felt a chill in his body. "It's really inexplicable." Li Chongqing shook his head and continued running. At noon, Li Chongqing called the CEO of Zhenke Group. In order to buy the ginseng, he took 100 million yuan from Gao Jianda. Li Chongqing needed to make up for it as soon as possible. Zhenke Group was the company that Su Xiaolin helped Li Chongqing to open. Li Chongqing decided to go and have a look. As the behind-the-scenes boss of the company, he should know what his company looked like. Because the headquarters of Zhenke Group was not located in Qingzhou, Li Chongqing needed to take a car to go there. Originally, as long as he called Lu Xiong or Chu Yaotian, there would be a special car to pick him up immediately. However, Li Chongqing planned to take a bus to relax on the way. After buying a ticket at the station, Li Chongqing sat in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. There were 2 girls waving their hands on the roadside. The bus stopped and the 2 girls came up. Because there were a lot of people going to Beijing this time, there were only a few empty seats left on the bus. Coincidentally, there was one seat beside Li Chongqing and one behind him. The 2 girls looked around the bus for a while, then finally walked over to Li Chongqing. One of them sat down beside Li Chongqing. A fragrant wind wafted into his nose. He opened his eyes and saw a girl wearing a light yellow dress. Her face was full of collagen. She looked very cute and had a youthful aura. The girl sitting behind Li Chongqing was wearing a white shirt. She had an oval face and was a bit cold. After the two girls sat down, they looked back and whispered from time to time. Li Chongqing was also noisy and could not calm down. He took out his mobile phone and searched for some information about Junke Group on the internet. As the behind-the-scenes boss of this company, Li Chongqing felt that he was really a little incompetent as a boss since he did not know anything about the company under his name. Soon, the introduction of Junke Group appeared on Baidu, especially the CEO of Junke Group, Ren Juntang. He was 30 years old, but his resume was very good. He graduated from Stanford University and was a returnee. After returning to China, he worked in a joint venture. In just 3 years, he worked directly from a white-collar worker to the senior management of the company. Later, he was hired by Su Xiaolin with a lot of money and was appointed as the executive president of Junke Group. However, Su Xiaolin did not show up from the beginning to the end. Ren Juntang did not know the relationship between Junke Group and Su's group. He only knew that the behind-the-scenes boss used some method to get Su's group's investment. Young and promising, a business elite. This was Li Chongqing's impression of Ren Juntang. Su Xiaolin hired such a young and promising person, so it was difficult for his company not to make money. Li Chongqing thought that the money in his bank account would continue to increase in the future, and then it would become a variety of elixirs for him to quickly improve his cultivation. He could not help smiling. "Friend, are you also going to apply for a job in Junke Group?" At this time, the lovely beauty next to him saw the content on Li Chongqing's mobile phone and could not help showing some interest. Chapter 221. Do you also admire Ren Juntang? He is a business star. At the age of 30, he became the CEO of a company. He is my idol. When the girl in yellow spoke, there were stars in her eyes. I don't admire him, but I admire him, Li Chongqing said. Then are you going to Yanjing to apply for a job in the Junke Group? The large-scale job fair of Junke Group attracted a lot of elites in the industry. Many of my classmates also applied there. My friend, you look young. You just graduated from college, right? I am in my freshman year. Li Chongqing smiled. This girl was obviously talkative, but she was not annoying. Perhaps it was because of her lovely face, or perhaps the journey was too boring. You didn't graduate? Then are you going to do an internship in the Junke Group? Then you are really prescient. If you can enter the Junke Group, you will accumulate a lot of experience. If you can learn some of Ren Juntang's advantages, you will make a lot of money. The girl kept talking about Ren Juntang. Obviously, she admired Li Chongqing's subordinate very much. You are right. Li Chongqing smiled and did not explain too much. He was not a person who liked to be high-profile. What's more, even if he said that he was the behind-the-scenes boss of the Junke Group, no one would believe him. The Junke Group has strict requirements for interns. Not everyone can enter. The cold-faced woman behind him couldn't help but say after looking at Li Chongqing a few times. This time, the Junke Group wanted to recruit top talents in society. As for Li Chongqing, she really couldn't see anything special about him. At most, he looked like a bookworm. In a place like the Junke Group, it was said that President Ren Juntang had long said that this group did not want people with rigid thinking and conformist thinking. What they wanted were employees with wolf-like pioneering and enterprising spirit. Li Chongqing's appearance was obviously not associated with the words enterprising and wolf-like. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xieqing. This is my friend Fang Jiaying. What about you? What's your name? Maybe we will be colleagues in the future? My name is Li Chongqing. I'm studying at Qingzhou University. So it's a junior, Xiecheng said happily as if she had discovered a new continent. I also studied at Qingzhou University, but I've already graduated. Along the way, Xiecheng chattered non-stop. Li Chongqing nodded and replied from time to time. Soon, they arrived at Beijing. After getting out of the car, they parted ways. Li Chongqing took a taxi directly to the Zhenke Group. In the busiest area of Yanjing, the building of Zhenke Group was particularly eye-catching. Li Chongqing stood under the building and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This is the feeling of my company. Sir, are you here to apply for a job? Please go over there and fill in the form. Li Chongqing walked through the door, and a woman with a smile on her face immediately greeted him. Li Chongqing was about to shake his head when a figure walked over. Li Chongqing, did you just arrive? We'll be there 10 minutes before you. Xiecheng walked over. The woman next to her with a cold face nodded slightly at Li Chongqing. Behind them, there were 5 or 6 men and women. They should be the classmates that Xiecheng mentioned who came to apply for the job. Chongqing, fill in the form. After filling it out, we'll go to the interview together. There are a lot of people here today. We'll probably have to wait until the afternoon. Unexpectedly, Li Chongqing shook his head and said, No, I won't fill in the form. What? You don't have confidence in yourself after seeing so many people applying for the job? How can this be? Our Qingzhou University's motto is to be confident and determined. You can't embarrass our university. Xiecheng was completely immersed in the role of a senior. Li Chongqing shook his head and said, I really can't. Xiecheng wanted to say something, but Fang Jiaying next to her pulled her sleeve and whispered, Xiao Qing, it's okay if he doesn't want to. This kind of person doesn't even have the courage to interview. He's only suitable for jobs that aren't very challenging. Even if he enters the Zhenke Group, he won't be able to do much. Hearing her friend's words, Xiecheng nodded and stopped talking. Li Chongqing said goodbye to them and then walked inside. Li Chongqing, where are you going? It's inside the Zhenke Group. You're not allowed to enter. Xiecheng hurriedly reminded him. It's okay. I have a friend inside. After that, he went straight to the elevator. He said he has a friend in the Zhenke Group? Xiecheng was a little surprised. Is he going to get in through the back door? How is that possible? Fang Jiaying shook her head directly. The president of the Zhenke Group, Ren Juntang, has long said that only real talents can gain a foothold here. If you can get in through the back door, then the Zhenke Group is not worthy of my expectations. You're right. Xiecheng nodded in agreement. He took the elevator to the 13th floor. He knew that Ren Juntang had a meeting today, so he didn't call Ren Juntang to pick him up. The conference room on the 13th floor was separated from the aisle by shutters. He could vaguely see a head moving inside. Li Chongqing walked to the conference room and knocked on the door. Come in. A young voice came from inside. He didn't need to guess to know that it was the CEO. He opened the door and saw a huge square table. More than 20 men and women were neatly dressed. A young man was holding a remote control pen for a projector in his hand. When he saw Li Chongqing coming in, he couldn't help but show confusion on his face. Who are you looking for? The young man asked. I'm looking for Ren Juntang. Ren Juntang suddenly raised his head and showed a little surprise on his face. Are you the chairman? As Ren Juntang's words fell, everyone in the conference room stood up in unison and looked at Li Chongqing in disbelief. They had always been curious about who the behind-the-scenes boss of the company was. They didn't expect to see his face now. Chairman, please sit down. Ren Juntang hurriedly gave up the main seat. Li Chongqing shook his head. You sit here. I'll sit on the side and listen. Li Chongqing pulled out a chair and sat down. Okay. Ren Juntang didn't insist. After Li Chongqing sat down, the others in the conference room sat down one after another. They all looked at Li Chongqing with curious eyes. There were a lot of speculations and rumors about this behind-the-scenes boss, but they didn't expect him to be so young. You continue the meeting. Li Chongqing smiled at Rin Juntang and said, "Okay." Rin Juntang immediately calmed his thoughts and continued, "Just now we talked about the light energy project with Su Group." This project, Rin Juntang spoke with assurance. It seemed that he wanted to show off in front of the boss. 10 minutes later, his throat was a little dry. He picked up the teacup and took a sip of water. Then, he looked at Li Chongqing. "Chairman, what do you think?" "Me? What you said is quite good. I don't understand these things. You can do as you see fit," Li Chongqing said casually. This made Rin Juntang's face a little ugly. He said so much with a dry mouth, but the other side didn't understand at all. It was like playing the lute to a cow. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, there was a trace of complexity in his eyes. He was a fine steed. What he needed was the appreciation of someone with a discerning eye. Originally, he thought that the Zhenke Group had won several big projects not long after it was established. He imagined that his boss should be the leader of the industry, a successful person with strength and skill. However, Li Chongqing's performance disappointed him. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.